and forth, back and forth, we go. Back 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 and forth, back and forth.
Now you won't catch me going back and forth unless it's to and from the bank. I never do back and forth with a hate that nigga or a bitch who said I can't. I smoke loud, the strongest dank. It's up with me, what the fuck you think? Drip too hard, they all gon' drown. The nigga try me, he walk the plank. Chef Boyardee with the cook up. If you think shit sweet, nigga, good luck. I be all in the mix like potluck. Kettle corn, believe I pop up. Bubble rap, nigga mad wanna pop us. Go hard, the shit too easy. If it ain't about cash, fuck that back and forth, cause it don't please me.
Back and forth, we go. Back and forth, back and forth, we go. Back and forth.
Ain't no tennis court around this way, little mama. I don't do that back and forth shit. That move. Dig this. Why would I go back and forth with niggas broken, hella jealous? Why would I go back and forth with bitches wrong and overzealous? So you out here running your mouth like we connect. That's how you tell it. Only time we back and forth is when I'm in it out your pelvis. Why would I back and forth with a cap ass nigga who just ain't built like that? Why would I back and forth when I'm knowing off top his top, I feel that bad? Why would I put myself on a low nigga level? Bitch, I wish I would. And why would I back and forth when they all about drama and I just keep shit hood?
Back and forth, we go. Back and forth, back and forth, we go. Back and forth.
Baby, I don't back and forth over that mediocre shit. I ain't even that athletic, really.
Back and forth.
We be back and forth on the road, back and forth doing shows, back and forth switching gold, back and forth switching hoes. Solid niggas never fold. Back and forth to the trap, back and forth switching straps. You can miss me with that acting. They be trying to catch me lacking, but it won't happen. UPS a nigga packing. Ayy, going back and forth if it's irrelevant. They know I'm a threat and it's evident. Got your bitch showing me her measurement. Only real niggas at my residence. Yeah, it's up and it's stuck like it's supposed to be. About to bag a bitch like some groceries. Now he mad, she wanna get close to me, cause she know I don't do all that.
Back and forth, we go. Back and forth, back and forth, we go. Back.
Only time I ever go back and forth about my motherfucking paper. It's my money and I need that shit now. You dig? I don't back and forth like ping pong. That shit there just too extra. I don't do that back and forth with a nigga who down bad and I'm next up. Like a bodybuilder, I flex up. Made a hobby out of running checks up. No condiments need to catch up. Do it big like I'm from Texas. Go back and forth, I doubt it. I hustle, stack it, then count it. Better boss up with your bitch ass, big red nose. He clowning. That money boosted my ego. I'm going crazy like CeeLo. Try to play with me, I go Devo. Never go back and forth with the zero, nigga.
Mi sento alla fine, sì fine tutto alla fine. Siamo tutti solamente delle.
Welcome to another episode of MZ Talks Boxing. First in the house, excuse me. First in the house, we got our brother Trey X in. He said, I just got in from Dallas. I just got from Dallas in time for the stream. Well, that's what I'm talking about, bro. Way to show up so we can show out and have a good night tonight. I want to just touch on what's been percolating in boxing and just things that seem to be kind of touching me a little bit. I want to speak on the Canelo interview because he said some things that struck me kind of strange when asked about Terrence Crawford. I also want to speak about Christian and Billy having a hell of a battle. Great fight with Derevyanchenko. For a man to be so muscular, he seems to have a pretty good gas tank. He seems to be sitting ready. Not to mention, seeing that Canelo, out of his own mouth, said that 168 pounds is a place that he feels comfortable and strong. I just wonder, if 168 is where you feel comfortable and strong, you plan on trying to gain some belts? And if so, I got a few names that I'd like to bring out for him. Christian and Billy being one of them. O'Slays Iglesias being the other. Yes, I did my homework from last week so I could speak to my boy Hyphy about Mr. Iglesias, who I think proves to be a pretty good competition. I could have sworn I said hello to my brother. So we're going to roll through that. Give our people enough time to fall in as we start chopping things up. As you see, I dropped a new song called Back and Forth Got a new artist that came through. His name is Legit Born. We dropped a song called Back and Forth. Of course, I did the track. I'm saying a little word on the hook, but nothing much. I let him get his shine on. I made the track. I just let him on. I want him to get his shine on. What we got stated right here. So with that being said, like I said, we kick back and we just gonna wait for things to come in. If you guys saw the fight with Christian and Billy and Derevchenko, I have good words, good statements to say about both of them. First of all, if Derevchenko had a torn bicep, oh my gosh, and he stood out there and went through what he had to go through with him, Billy, man, dare I say he could be an Iron Man in boxing? I can attest and really feel what this man probably was going through trying to throw punches, seeing that I do have a damaged arm. I putting my dukes up and just holding them up is putting my guards up and holding them up is a task. And for a man to have torn his bicep and still fighting and throwing punches, yeah, you really pushing yourself and you really pushing through it. But first of all, let me go ahead and start by saying, if you're new to the channel, this your first time or you're doing a replay, thank you for coming through, spending time with me, because you could spend time doing something else. So I appreciate it and everything. Yes, D-Lo 404, Dukes. I used the word put up your Dukes. Yeah, that's right. I know the youngsters probably don't know about that, but yeah, put your Dukes up and let's get it on. Devin Haney. Now, given the history of Devin Haney and Bill Haney, I can see why a lot of people have a bad taste in their mouth about Devin and his dad. I'm sure everybody saw the video that popped up where he having a little fiasco at the fair or the carnival or whatever it is that he was at, that he had a little confrontation. First of all, you got money. You got money. You want to go to the park or the carnival or something? You got enough money that if you really want to go enjoy yourself and have it to yourself, you can. They do allow you to rent the park for yourself. We've heard many stars do it. We've heard many people do it before for their children to have birthday parties and things like that. You take your ass. Hold on, what we got here? D-Lo say, now you tell these youngsters to put your dukes up. The subject to ask is what the caliber is. I'm talking dukes, the things that's on the end of your arms. And I ain't talking about one that you have to pick up to let it be at the end of the arm, or you have to cock it, rack it. You know what I'm saying? Salute to my boy Gil Cole's in the house. Glad to see you rolling through. What's up, my brother? We just in here patting it around. Like I said, tonight is one of those nights that we're going to touch on things that's been going on in boxing. As I was saying, Snapola, my boy, Joseph Brown, a.k.a. Judge Joe Brown, Your Honor, the Honorable One. I call him JB. What's going on, player? He says, salute MZ. Floyd done threw the bag. Oh, shoot, his jumpers are through the bag at the fam. Details will be revealed soon. You know what? I have to go ahead and admit it. When I saw, congratulations, Joseph Brown, his son signed with Mayweather and Joe Brown, I was elated. I mean, I was like, oh man, this is great. You know, Joe going through things and his son has stepped up in boxing and life is opening up and giving him a new realm, just to find out that I had been hoodwinked by little bro. Just hoodwinked. And I don't think I was the only one that bit. You know what I'm saying? I think my brother Mike Henney also bit, because that's what really pushed me over the line to call you and say, man, congratulations, because I seen old Mike Henney say congratulations. So yeah, I got good. He got me real good with that one. Hats off, congratulations. You know what I'm saying, with Floyd throwing you the bag. That was great. That was great. My boy got me good. I'm glad to see everybody coming in and hollering at each other. Good news, you getting X per fight. Bad news, you only fighting about once every 20 months. Oh man, D-Lo, you know that is how it go. But they're gonna make him a star. They're gonna make him a pay-per-view star. Where everybody knows his name. Kind of like Cheers. Eric R in the building. What's up, Eric R? Salute. He's giving salutes to everybody and spreading the love. As I was saying, you know, if you guys got a chance to see the situation with Devin Haney and his little so-called scrap at the amusement park, I'm watching it and he's there with a group of guys. First of all, he's standing behind someone. Now, I don't know what it is that the gentleman that they got into it with could have said. And when you really sit down and you think about it in life, what is it that a person can say to you that's so bad that makes you have to put your hands on them? I mean, really think about that. You got money. You're known. You pretty much you established in boxing, you know what I'm saying, or whatever it is that you do. Let's just put it that you established in whatever it is you do. You're recognized. The last thing you would expect someone to do is lose their cool because somebody is talking nonsense and off the wall, whatever it is that he said about you. Now, Devin says, you know, checking a tweet or whatever. He you know, because Ryan Garcia was trolling me, talking about, you know, they can't fight and all this. Devin said, well, y'all must be good friends because y'all use the N-word a lot. And I can say back in the day when I was a young whippersnapper, I used to let something like that really bother me. And I found out sometime down the line after enough fights that took place that somebody can call you a B-A-N or anything like that. You beat them up. Only thing you've changed is the physical. You haven't changed the way this person is thinking about you. You might have beat him up and you still going to be a BAN that happened to get the one up on him. Nothing's really changed. Now, seeing that, Devin threw the first punch to start everything. And it looked like he missed. It don't even look like he touched the guy. He looked like he straight up whiffed the punch, swinging from behind over somebody else's shoulder, which in my opinion is weak. But one of the first thoughts that came to my mind is how reminiscent it was to see that, to see him in the Tank sparring when he stole Tank, when Tank was looking another way. I guess it's in his blood. But my thing is, Devin Haney, you have put yourself in a situation where this guy can put his hands into your pocket because I'm pretty sure he can sue. Now, a lot of people are going to say, oh, he didn't touch him. But he started it. He incited the situation. The people that was with him apparently were his friends because they were all together. And usually when trouble comes, the person that's most well known with the money is usually going to be the one to pay for the mistakes that was made that night. And Devin Haney, I believe, made a grave mistake by swinging and then tried to walk off as if he wasn't part of it. This is the time of information where everybody pulls out a camera and records anything and everything. Some cats record a bird taking the poop. So you in the park, people saying, yo, that's Devin Haney. That's Devin Haney. It's crazy. So I'm asking, what the hell was Bill? I know, Bill, you know, you love your son a lot. I'm saying this is something that your son should have never made the mistake and put himself in the situation to be in. I don't really care what you say and who was starting anything. At that time, you being Devin Haney, you are Devin Haney. In other words, what I'm saying is that's little stuff to an elephant. You know what I'm saying? That's mouse stuff to an elephant when it comes to that. That dude has, nobody know who that dude is, but we will know pretty soon. I'm sure we will know if there's a lawsuit that comes up. I keep seeing that arrest warrants are out for Devin Haney, but I'm pretty sure the man is smart enough to take his ass down to the police station and go ahead and try to get it taken care of. Money does talk. Bullshit does walk. And I'm sure you all know that. We've all seen a situation, heard of a situation, or probably have been a part of a situation where that type of nonsense has popped up and you see where the money helps the other get out of it. So with that, I'm just saying, dumbass move by Devin Haney all the way. It says, in other words, don't quit your day job and go ahead and put your Uber and DoorDash applications in. Tank responded, to the punch. Yeah, he did respond like a gnat had flew into his cheek. My boy Eric R said, Bill was probably cleaning his dash. Oh, really? I saw that video too, where it seemed like something was going on when he was in the car. And it kind of looked like a little remnants of something was on his face. But, that's just me. I do wear glasses. I might have missed something. I might have just seen something. It might have been something on my glasses that day. What can I say? But what I will say is, yes, I'm kind of harping on that bullshit because it was stupid. I have said good things about Devin. I have really never dogged him or anything like that because I had no reason to. I've always had reason to say, hey, his dad is doing a good job. His dad is doing what he's supposed to do because he loves his son and all this good stuff. And that's not going to change. I'm not going to change anything about that. But what I am going to say is, damn, Devin, that was the stupidest thing you could have done. Last time the boxing world seen you, your fans seen you, you were in a battle with Ryan Garcia. Then you hit us with, I'm going to take some time off. And the first time we see you after your tweet that I'm back, you're trying to beat up a amusement park worker? Well, damn, we didn't even pay for that. That wasn't the fight we was looking for at all, in no way, shape, form, or fashion. Gil Cole said the whole situation could have ended badly, could have ended really badly. And this is true, Gil Cole. You don't know that man could have been packing at that place. He could have pulled out something and shot somebody. Could have pulled out a blade and stabbed somebody. Anything could have happened there. And you bringing that up brings to me that, those are things that will be brought up if a case is brought forth. You put more than just yourself in danger or the people around you in danger. You put multiple people, families, and everything that was at that park in proximity to you in danger. Why? Because somebody was running their mouth? Because you felt like you was a little bigger than what you are and you should get a certain kind of respect? Your respect is in the ring where everybody knows you to be that. They don't have to really kiss up to you when you're outside the ring. They don't have to kiss up to you at all. But this is how some youngsters react. I won't say all youngsters because we have a lot of youngsters that are very mature. Very mature. And I guess I won't beat up Devin too much on it for the simple reason I didn't beat up Shakur too bad when he had the same type of situation. And he did lay hands on somebody. He did lay hands. It didn't make a big noise or a big deal, but it is in my memory that situation did happen with Shakur Stevenson. So hopefully he lays back and don't say anything about it and just let it take its course. Wait a minute. My brother Dio for boxing said, don't tell me Bill was putting Hoover and Dirt Devil to shame. Bro, Eureka was falling short too, if you really want to put it like that. But I won't say that that's what he was doing. I just say, hey, that's the sounds that seemed like was made when he raised up. That's how it kind of looked. Maybe it was Eric R says, maybe it was a publicity stunt. Devin is retired. He might be starting up a carnival exhibitions for fans. No, the word came out that he was coming back. Retirement is over. You know what I'm saying? Retirement is over. Hyphy in the house. Hey, tell Morel stop ducking Oglesias. Slaves and Glaciers. You know what, Hyphy? I'm going to get to the Oglesias thing and Morel because it's got to, we're going to have to mix a little Canelo in there because, I heard Canelo on Sway's Universe giving an interview a couple of weeks ago, but I just got a chance to really sit down and fully digest it. So I'm really going to speak on that because let's go ahead and face it. You talking about Iglesias, what he's like 6'2.5", athletic, good motor, Seems to be good boxing skills, good power. Floating around at 168. Can you believe it? That nobody, not even the great Canelo has called this man's name. At least I haven't caught word or wind of it. So yeah, Hyphy, we will be digging on that. And if you get a chance to slide through or put something up, make sure you do so I can make sure I stay on it. Kill Cole sounds like Bill needs one of your Bill needs a few of that man's memes. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. But anyway, like I was saying, I think it was a foolish move on any note for Devin to have reacted like that. I'm hoping that he does learn a lesson. You know, he does deserve to have to learn a lesson from that. You know, it's not your right to go around and be trying to punch on people just because you don't like what they said. And like I said, you know, just words don't do anything to you. At least not in this day of time. Maybe back in the days when you had kings and stuff like that, somebody can say something, get your head knocked off, chopped off, put you on a rack, throw you in some tar and feathers or something like that. But this ain't that time. If you wanted to ride the Ferris wheel, you should have just waited, gave me your ticket so you can get on. It wasn't even a roller coaster ride they was at or something that you'd be like, ooh, this is a good ride. It looked like they were standing by the Ferris wheel. Maybe I need to look at it again because maybe I'm wrong. But either way, it was a dumbass situation. So, you know, whatever goes on with them, I'll be looking down the line to see how it takes, what takes place and how it takes place. But what I'm really going to be looking at is how the media is going to handle it. How the so-called boxing media, YouTube family, people and all that. I want to see how they're going to handle it. Are they going to really down Devin? Are they going to dog him? Are they going to come to the rescue? You know, what's going to really happen? Let's be real about what it is. If we getting on here and we talking, you know, giving our opinions and trying to give our views about things and stuff like that, let's see how these people going to do. Are they going to dog him, put him on the rack and try to hang him? Or are they going to try to ride by him and make excuses for him? And then this is going out for his fans and his haters. Haters, I really don't need to hear anything from you because everything they're going to say is probably going to be negative. But as fans, I want to see how they're going to spin it, how they're going to place blame or if they're going to place blame. I guess we just have to sit back and see. Y'all know how I do. I sit back, I hit this lighter. No more choking from MZ. I'm lying. I would cough like crazy as soon as it comes. But anyway. Excuse me. Turkey Al Sheik. Moving right along to that situation. I'm hearing a lot of so-called YouTubers, so-called channels. Can't even call them so-called because they are channels and they are on YouTube. Saying that Turkey is messing up the game. I'm hearing it coming up on some of these bigger channels. And Turkey is think he's all that. And he's talking to Canelo like this, and Canelo's talking to him like that. So what? So what that Canelo's feelings is hurt, or y'all think Turkey's feelings is hurt? And people are saying, oh, Terrence Crawford and Madrimov, they lost money, and that fight was a flop. Well, let me ask you this. Those that are saying it was a flop, did you buy the fight? Let's say that first. Because if you didn't buy the fight, shut up. Don't make a comment about it being a flop or anything like that. Just be quiet. Because that ain't had nothing to do with you. I haven't seen Turkey Al Sheik come out and say one time that he was dissatisfied with how any of the fights went. People talking about that they lost money, but he's putting the fights on. If he's satisfied and he's continually trying to put fights on, what do you care if you think that this fight lost or missed money? What do you care if it didn't have a million pay-per-views? How does that affect you? Did you or did you not get to see the fight? Yes, you did. Oh, my boy D-Lo says, that boy here, God say, laughing out loud, the MZ trademark cough. Cough. The trademark cough. He said, I bet Brother Bill doesn't be doing all that coughing and carrying on when he's getting to it. Ain't no telling. You know, I've seen in my life plenty of functioning addicts and alcoholics they can work with the best of them. They just need they little pick me up or get me going or whatever you would call it. But anyway, for those that's complaining about boxing losing money on certain fights, come on, man. If there's a person there that's willing to put the fights on, willing to pay the fighters and get them in the ring, that should be good enough. We haven't heard one of the fighters make a complaint and say anything about not getting paid with this man. Not one. Not that I've seen or heard. Everybody seems to be quite satisfied with whatever deal they're getting. They wouldn't sign if they weren't. You get what I'm saying? So, keep it real. Stop talking about purses that you really don't know about. Stop talking about them losing money that you really don't know. Because that man put the show on for you and I to see and to enjoy, as well as for him to see and enjoy. If I'm hearing about these underlying motives and all that, forget all that. We are here for the boxing matches and the boxers. Nothing else. It's just not important if the fights are losing money. Now, say that they were still hanging on the promoters to make the fights and the fights losing money. Bob Arum, I lost $1 million. I could build a mansion in Malibu for what I did with Terrence Crawford. That was a bad try. Gave it a shot. My brother Hyphy done joined into the building. What's going on, Hyphy?
Hey, you able to hear me, yeah?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, yeah. So what you want to continue on about Mr. Turkey Al-Sheikh?
Yes, I want to finish that. But before I do, let me go ahead and catch our brother AI Meats and Music. What he says, Turkey is saving the game. So many fighters are being, marinated due to, let me just look over here where it's big at. Being marinated due to trying to build it to make adequate money. If someone is putting the money up, that shows who's ducking. That's why they hate Turkey. He also says he's exposing the ducks by having the money on the deck. This is true. Okay, what you got, Hyphy?
Hey, yeah, you can still hear me, right?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Okay. The thing with Turkey, I think you're not going to see as many, we'll call them super cards. Those are going to slow down a lot. I don't think you're going to just keep dumping money into these events and they're losing money.
Okay. I see where you're going with that. But at the moment, are they losing money? Or are we just under the illusion because for so long, since Floyd has walked away from the game, every fight that's supposed to have been that from whatever the report has been put, it's always been, oh, it's flopped. It's always been, oh, they flopped. Since Floyd's been gone, it's always flopped. Unless it's Canelo, then they ring this bell like, oh, so much great has happened. And I just don't see that. Now, I can see you saying the super cards might slow down, but I think I can't really say we've seen a super card yet. We have got some good cards. And I think that's possibility that's going to continue. Now, I really do. We just have to see how it goes. I agree with AI Meats and Music that having the money on the deck does expose who wants to fight and who really doesn't. Now, because we're on Turkey, and I know Canelo is kind of connected to that. Oh, hold on. Remember PBC, this is from D-Lo. Remember PBC and the Zone came in the door pushing fights on free TV and pay-per-view is dead. That didn't last long. Exactly. It didn't last long. As a matter of fact, the Zone started bumping their prices up. And when you were paying for a certain thing, and then they hit you with a pay-per-view. Ain't that something? But, like you said, they was going to kill pay-per-view. I don't know if it's dead yet, but, we still got fights happening. I, for one, am glad that Turkey Al-Sheikh is doing what it is that he's doing in the game. I don't know how long the man's money is. I don't try to count his pockets like that. As long as he keeps bringing good fights where we can sit back, enjoy, and be happy of what we're getting, I'm satisfied. So far, I really haven't had any complaint about any fight that he's put on. Have you? You know, we got to see Wilder and Zane. We got a chance to see Wilder and Parker. We've seen, you know, we seen fighters fight back to back quick, you know, that you usually don't see get a quick turnaround, you know. And this situation with Canelo, yeah, let me go on and bring him in. Canelo Alvarez let it come out of his mouth that weight classes don't matter. He's a small guy at 168, but he don't care. He's good. He can fight. Weight doesn't matter. And he talks a good game in that situation. And then when they ask about Terrence Crawford, he's a good fighter. He moves a lot. And I've noticed that every time that there's a fighter that we feel like is right for the masses and the people are really following him, if he's a boxer that moves, Canelo always, it won't be a good fight. It won't be a good fight because he moves a lot. What he's really saying is, it won't be a good fight because I can't catch him and hit him. He won't stand in front of me so I can beat on his body and beat on him so I can get a chance to knock him out. He'll move around so I can't catch him. Well, that's your job to catch him. You're the great Canelo. And then he goes so further to say, well, you know, they do have weight classes for a reason. Oh, they got weight classes when it comes to Terrence Crawford. But they don't have weight classes for you. The weight class don't, you know, it don't carry that same meaning for you, but it should carry that meaning for Terrence Crawford. Get the crap out of here with that. And then he hit with this. Now, you guys tell me if this makes sense. Canelo Alvarez says he takes 80% of what goes on with the fight. He said he gets 80% of everything. The gate, the purse, concessions. So what are you leaving on the table? Because he said at some point, I'm going to do something good for the fighters. What are you going to do good for the fighters if every fighter you fight, it's an 80-20 split? Let that just soak in for a minute. This cat is running around. He's fighting the people he wants to fight. And now it kind of almost makes sense to me. 80% for, you know, some people, 20% for some people might be it. He didn't have a problem with taking the fight with Jermell Charlo. He didn't have a big problem taking the fight with Billy Joe Saunders. He didn't have a problem taking the fight with any of these guys. But when you get to naming names that could beat him up, the price tag goes up and goes up quite substantially. And, you know, I listen to him say he's putting everything on the line and all this kind of stuff. But for the fans that ride with him, yeah, just explain that to me. You want 80% of everything from a fight, but yet you only want to fight certain people. And Billy is at 168. Oglesia is at 168. Not to mention a few other people that's pretty damn good at 168. I don't hear him calling those names. He'll give you somebody like the young man he's getting ready to fight, Belinga. He'll give you a Belinga fight.
Hey, so, if I could add on to what you're saying, it was reported that Canelo is the only fighter that gets 50% or more of the bar and food at these events as well.
That's what I'm saying.
No other fighter comes close.
That's what I'm saying. He said that he gets, this is out of his mouth. I should have recorded it so I could have played the words, but I didn't know. I don't really know what the rules are, so I ain't do that. But if you go and watch the Sway Universe, his interview is on there. And this man says, he said he gets 80% of everything, hyphy. Food, if you get a soda, the gate, if you buy a t-shirt, everything that has something to do with that fight, he gets 80% of it. I don't know any fighter that has ever made that statement, that claim. But if you're going into the fight and you're fighting somebody, if you're that great, my only question is, how are you really helping the other fighters if you are literally putting a net over everything that's swimming except 20% of it? Somebody help me explain that. Somebody explain that to me. Maybe my math is not right or something, but you know what I'm saying? 20%. That's how can that be fair? How can that be fair? My boy AI meets some music say that little money, that little money ain't ish to the Saudis. Broke niggas are talking about their money because they can't even fathom having that kind of money. You're right. You're right. I agree with you 100%. Music, AI meets some music. I agree with you 100%. When you don't know, you can't speak on it. You know what I'm saying? You talking about a certain amount of money, and like I said earlier, people talking about how he's missing money, losing money, and stuff like that. But I'm like, dude, why do you care? What is it in somebody else losing money that has nothing to do with you, that you're not getting a percent of? What is it about that money that tickles your fancy to the point that you have to really just harp on it and complain about it after you got the fight that you wanted to see? You know what I mean? Just because certain fights sold more than others, so what? Did that make the people better, or what? But that's how they look at it, I guess. My fighter was involved in a fight that sold this many, so that makes it. That don't make him shit. It just means that he fought in a fight where people were interested in. That's it. That fight brought to the table for people a chance for them to see the two fighters go at it where people were like, who's going to win? Unless they hating on the other fighter and they actually watching that fight to see him get beat up. But for the most part, that's how most of those fights are. The fights that make the big loot is mostly because people are interested in those fights. That's not the case with Canelo. That is not the case with Canelo at all. So, I was flabbergasted when I heard this man say he takes 80% of everything. Flabbergasted. I'm like, God dang. How greedy can you be? And what fighters have you helped? All the ones that you pretty much knew you can beat? The ones that you knew if they were boxers, you knew they'd get tired after a certain amount of time and you can catch up to them? Every time you hear this man talk about a fight that a fighter that we deem pretty good, David Benavidez is the only one that I don't think would be doing a lot of moving around if he was to fight Canelo. But so what if Crawford uses his feet a little bit in the fight? If you can't catch him, that's not our fault. That's yours. That's your shortcoming. But he's been able to some kind of way mask that where people overlook that and be like, oh, Canelo was this, Canelo was that. And I'm not hating on the dude. Right now, tonight, I'm just talking straightforward of what I heard, the facts, and just laying them on the table. Canelo is a good fighter. Great fighters in some people's eyes. Okay, I'll give those people that because I don't see what they see. I see a hell of a fighter in Canelo, yes. Great. I can't say he's great because he hasn't given me what I think. Like I just don't see that dominant dude over everybody. I just don't see that. And the way they talking, they're going to give him that without him having to fight them all. Eric, I'll say, Bud gonna move all right to you. Coming from Spence fan first, so no bias. I feel you on that, Eric. He did mention, I can't take that away since you did mention that. Canelo did mention that Bud doesn't move as much anymore since he's moved when he's like he don't move as much anymore. So maybe that might be a hint that Canelo might think about fighting Bud now. He might think about it because he did speak that Bud doesn't move as much anymore, and that might be to him a slot for him to be able to stand a better chance to beating Bud. I am 100% sure that Canelo is confident that he could beat Bud if he could catch Bud. Let's put that in there. I think Canelo, if you have to say it in any kind of way without being biased, he's kind of lazy. He don't want to have to get in the ring with somebody they got to work to knock out. They working and tapping on you and moving around. Caleb Plant, such a disappointment. Oh, but he was doing well in the beginning of the fight, boxing, moving, turning Canelo, getting out the way before it was time. But that gas light came on and dun dun dun. We went downhill after that. I would care who Canelo fights if he just dropped the titles. Guys like him hinder the sport. You know what? AI means some music. Perfect. That's perfect. Let him drop the belts. then maybe the fights would mean a little more something to me. I don't know. I can't really say. It's just that this guy has turned away from so many fights that we were pretty much hoping would take place till it got to the point that I'm like, Canelo to me is like football. I can't. I really don't like watching it because he's spoiling it for me. Luckily, boxing has so many different fighters in it that I can always turn to another weight class and another fighter and get what it is that I'm looking for out of it. Dwayne Styles in the house. Salute to you, Dwayne Styles. Glad you stopped through. Joseph Brown said, I don't see why people continue to take issues with Canelo. He tells you what he's all about, what his limitations. He picks who he wants, and his fan base. He's not looking to be the best no more. Well, let him tell it he is the best. And moving the way he's moving, he's kind of locking that spot up. Nobody can prove they the best because Canelo won't fight him. And that's what I gain out of it. But he said that Mayweather, Trout, Triple G. He named another name. All these guys wanted to fight. I gave them the fight. I fought them, so I shouldn't have to. I should be able to do what I want to now. Dude, you named a handful of fighters that fit actually on one hand. You've been boxing since what? 14? He was a 2-time champion by 23, I think. That's when he fought Floyd, and they was like, oh, he was too young, he was too green. I'm like, this dude been kicking ass for years. You win some, you lose some. It's all right for all the other fighters in boxing to be okay to take some losses. Canelo, you have some losses. It's not that bad. You've been whooping ass for a minute. You satisfied your crowd and everything. Now, either get off the belt so some real fighters that will knock heads can get together, or get your. You know what? I ain't gonna even go off like that because I promised that I wouldn't go off. No, I'm saying he's preventing other fighters from realizing their dreams of being world champions when he won't even fight them. No, I get what you're saying. I'm agreeing with you. Maybe I'm just not using the correct words. But yeah, he's holding the spot hostage. That's what I mean when I say he's holding the spot hostage. Fight these guys, man, so these guys can either realize I need to get better or I am finally here. Simple as that. Now, Hyphy, we get to turn the corner, and I hope we get to ride this corner for a good little while. So I went, you checked out the Billy and Derevyanchenko fight, which happened to be a great fight. I don't know how this dude finished. I don't know how this dude did what he did with a torn bicep. And it looked like, I don't know if Billy was in trouble when they were in the middle of the ring and he swung and he got kind of turned around. I don't know if Derevyanchenko caught him with something, but Derevyanchenko got to wailing on him real good in that fight. And I'm looking at Billy and I'm thinking about Iglesias. I'm thinking about that. I'm like, I kind of get where you were going when you said Morrell followed, is it Dave? Yeah, Morrell followed, what's his name? Benavidez to 75. 75, Benavidez. And here, I don't know, what that fight would look like. Benavidez against Iglesias. That would be I think that would be a slobber knocker, as they used to say in wrestling. I think some hands would be laid. I don't know.
On one person.
Oh, you say on what?
Only on one person.
So you think Iglesias would just go out there and mollywop Benavidez? You don't think Benavidez at 168? You don't think because 168 is where Morrell and Benavidez was really, that's where they was putting the hurt on people. It was, that's where they was getting their work done. You think that he had just walked through Benavidez?
Hey, I'll do you one better. Y'all could pick the weight. It could be 168. It could be 175. It could be 185. It's the same result. Man down.
Wow. That's saying a lot. That's saying a lot.
Ospreay Iglesias, he got look in his 11 fights, he got 10
10
knockouts. He got
knockout.
5. Yeah, he got 5 knockouts in the first round.
See, that's when you knocking people out like that, we don't know what your gas tank could end up looking like down the road. And that might end up, that could pay us dividends. We got a chance to see Billy and Billy go to full length, and I don't know what was wrong with him in that round. I really don't. I don't know what happened to him in that round. It just looked crazy. But you saying Ospreay Iglesias will go out there against the Mexican monster. Don't matter the weight class. He gonna put hands on him. David Benavidez ain't no session that we know he like that. We know he'll fight. We know he will fight. You trying to tell me that you think that it'll look like Spence and Crawford? That's the only way I can describe it. It'll look like Spence and Crawford.
I mean, I can say it won't because that fight is not going any more than 5 rounds.
Ooh.
Keeping it real with you.
Oh boy, so you saying that fight somebody gonna have to lay it down?
No, not somebody. Only one person laying it down. Y'all know what time it is with Iglesias. Ask Joseph Brown what's up with Iglesias. That nigga knocked everything out.
Yeah. Oh,
Iglesias, his jab is too cold.
Okay. I was reading. That's why I kind of answered you slow. AI Meets and Music says, put it up there. I did put it up there. Imagine if the 49ers were refusing to play the Chiefs in the Super Bowl because their style of play is difficult for them. Boy, stop. Because you know damn well ain't nobody trying to hit it at all. The Chiefs will get ran, the 49ers will get ran out of San Francisco and the NFL. They erase those boys' names so fast it wouldn't make no sense. Come out there playing some nonsense like that. Now, back to Hyphy said belts to ass. He said that? I didn't hear him say that part. I was defending. Who was I defending just now? Your Honor.
Your fighter, David Benavidez. That's what you like.
Okay. He says David Benavidez. Wait. What? Out of nowhere, Dwayne Styles says Canelo is the face of boxing. You know what, Dwayne Styles? I'll give you that. I'll give you that for the simple reason, people have been saying it for so long. He can have that. He can have that. Is he the best fighter? No, he can't have that. He can't have that. David Benavidez, Iglesias. So you saying Iglesias his jab would be too much for Benavidez? Benavidez got hands. He don't really use the jab. Yeah, he uses his jab. Let me not even take away any of his things. You know what I'm saying? I give David his thing. Man, I ain't gonna say David won't go out there and fight and do what he's supposed to do. I think David will go out there and do what he's supposed to do. Ain't no punk in David. What you think this is? That's the Mexican monster named by Mike Tyson. But tell who?
I'm sorry. Tell Dwayne Styles, Ospreay Iglesias, he'll knock out Canelo in like 7 rounds.
Well, see, that was one of the things that I was touching on because I was going to say we got some real situations if people just knew the names. And casual fans knew the names. If casual fans, enough of them knew Morrell, Iglesias, and Billy, those are in the classes where Canelo is, or the class where he said he truly is. He said he truly is a 160 pounder, but he likes fighting at 168. Well, all that smoke, 2 of those, David Benavidez and Morrell come back down. What you think? And people start screaming for any of those fights, any of them. Iglesias and Billy, Benavidez. Morrell, what you think he'd do? Honestly, Dwayne, what do you think he'd do, Dwayne Styles, if any of those names became a mumble in households? What do you think Canelo would do? Because he goes for names that, his name is enough, should be enough to bring out anything for Cinco de Mayo or September 11th. You know what I'm saying? His name should be able to, for September, I don't say not September 11th, September, Mexican Independence Day. I'm not, you bringing me some shine for Canelo, so I'm asking you, if in Billy, Iglesias, Benavidez, well, we already know what he won't do with Benavidez. We already know he won't dance with him. Morrell, these guys are young. He should be able to go out there. He's been boxing since 14. He's 33, 34 years old. He's at that sweet spot that when he met Mayweather, you do remember Mayweather, right? He's one of the reasons that so many people even know Canelo. Let's not pretend. Canelo used to fight on his undercards, remember? Then his britches got a little big and he started smelling himself. And he said he could beat Mayweather. And Mayweather was scared of him. He capped and talked and he got that fight. He got washed. But the undercard fighting, finally getting on the big stage with Mayweather, fighting his heart out, not being able to catch him, he became a star. Joseph Brown says, David Morrell and David Benavidez, baby. Stuff Holmes, Iglesias in the Stuff Holmes. I kind of throw me off here. Iglesias is the Punisher. He the real dope, homie. I ain't saying, this is the night that I'm supposed to go ahead and go with Hyphy about Iglesias. I'm just, I have to make an argument for the other fighters, or it would just wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be a good show. And like I said, David Benavidez, I think he'll go out there and put up. I think David Benavidez will go out there and surprise people. What's up,
no,
Dino? You don't think so? What about David Benavidez upbringing makes you think that he wouldn't surprise people? He wouldn't,
because he don't do nothing better. Slaves Iglesias, he got the better jab, he got the better offense, he got the better defense, he got the better skills. So a fighter like David Benavidez, he'll go into the fight scared, for one, with all these crazy demands. And then my fighter, Slaves Iglesias, he punched harder than David Benavidez. You know what I'm saying? Look at his knockout percentage. He punching way harder.
Well, he has run through some guys. A lot of them, you can't take this away. A lot of them have complained. Each one of them that got knocked down have motion. David got some long arms. I think one of his. I mean, not David. I'm sorry. Forgive me for that. Oasis has kind of long arms, and I think if he slows down a little bit and take a half step back, he'll be in the perfect spot for his punches to land. And I think he might end up causing a lot more damage, because a lot of times, watching his fights, I did notice a lot of his punches do go glance the back of the head a lot. I do notice that. But I think that's only because maybe he needs to step back just a little bit so his punches land better and he'll get a quicker, better result. That's just my critique on that. But yeah, he got a better, you say he got a better jab than Benavidez. You say he got better defense than Benavidez. And what else you say he got better than Benavidez? Footwork. Foot. Okay, I'll really give you the footwork. No doubt on that. I'll give you the footwork 100%. But
and he punching harder too.
Well, we don't know what Benavidez's pain tolerance is. We don't know what his pain tolerance is. And like our brother Trey X would say, we'll see what happens when somebody start punching back. When you start getting punched real regular stuff, because a lot of those guys that I see him Iglesias fight, once he started hitting them, they really wasn't sending nothing back. So which would tell you that he got some nice pop if you can make somebody put your hands in your pockets. But at the same time, he's still moving up the scale of what's the word I'm looking for? He's still moving up the scale as far as competition, I believe. The sample serving that we got of him, great sample serving. He passing the eye test, he'll get a lot of people excited because knockouts do excite people. So he got that on his side already. How long can he keep it going? That's gonna be an important deal for him. And I'm still high on Benavidez. I'm still high on Morrell. I'm not as high on them because they went to the 175. I'm not as high on them there as I would be if they were 168. If they were all at 168, man, come on, man. That'd be ridiculous crazy. And if they was fighting. What if all of them just was at 168 and they all said we want to fight Canelo? Which one do you beat him? Which one would you pick him to beat? Because I'm sure out of all those fights, any of those fights, people would pretty much be satisfied. I know I would be satisfied. So out of those names, Iglesias, Benavidez, and Billy, Morrell.
Oh yeah, and I forgot. Tell that dude Dwayne Styles, you know, Canelo, he not undisputed until he go get that IBO belt. You know, the IBO belt, that's a really recognized belt. Alexander Usyk, you know, he got the IBO belt. He fought Tyson Fury for the IBO, so he's the only undisputed champion. If Canelo want to be undisputed, he got to go get that IBO belt.
Now Clarissa's undisputed. She's a boxer. Can't not get hers.
Real undisputed.
Got to get hers. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Joe. That's why I keep saying that everybody came back to 78 because I think 68. I think 68 is a better fit for Benavidez and Morrell. I do. I think they power it rides with them there. I just think they'll be better there, and that would be lit. You're right. They both left when it was just starting to get lit. It was just starting to get live up in 168. He said again, shoot, all those dudes in there. See, it wouldn't be nowhere for Canelo to hide there. And I don't have to tell him. He hear you if he's still there, Hyphy. You know he hear you. I see D-Lo then came in. I don't want to shut D-Lo down because he called me early. So what's going on, D-Lo? The old man.
Hey, what's up, man?
Not too much.
What's going on? Yeah, I don't got sleepy. I'm sorry, but I'm gonna go ahead and try to get this out right quick. You was asking, you was talking about that 80%. I'm gonna touch on that first.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you believe what Canelo brought that up because he was trying to justify why he asking Turkey Al-Sheikh for so much money to fight Benavidez or Crawford. Mm-hmm. So he started hollering about he getting 80% of everything, basically 80% of everything that come in the building. Right. You know, if somebody get a bag of peanuts, he get 80% of that sale, and this like. First of all, if you understand commerce at all, ain't no way. Basically, if he get 80%, everybody who's selling stuff doing it for free. They ain't making no money off. You know what I'm saying? Like, right. That mean the profit margin is so big that you can get 80% and they still make money. Like, no. But I think, like I said, I don't believe Canelo. I think he's saying all that to kind of bolster his position that, in order for Turkey Al-Sheikh to get him to take these fights, he's going to have to pay him handsomely. But the crazy thing is, you got people standing up for Canelo, talking down on Turkey Al-Sheikh, saying that Canelo just won't bow down to him, this, that, other. But I guarantee, if Turkey Al-Sheikh had one of those Abney Yildirim's or a doggone what's his name, Gabe Rosado, who I like a lot, or let me think of somebody Canelo already fought. What's that guy? Billy Joe Saunders, somebody like that. He'd be running to them fight with both hands. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, when Canelo was over there before he fought Bivol, if you remember, Canelo was supposed to be on a PBC deal. Mm-hmm. He didn't like the deal that PBC had because allegedly David Benavidez was part of that deal. So then he left and went. He decided he's gonna take the deal DAZN had for him. So he went over there, and the first fight on that DAZN, that little DAZN packet was the Bivol fight. He went over there and got beat. And the last fight of that was he ended up fighting Triple G for that trilogy, and then he went back to PBC. But even when he went back to PBC, it took a while because that Benavidez, once again, his name kept coming up, and then I think it was supposed to be. It was some combination of Benavidez, the Charlos, and Spence is how it was supposed to what the plan was. But he was all on board with it as long as he had to fight Benavidez. So, you know, you look at that and then you think about every time he has these mandatories that nobody cares about, you don't hear about any drama. You know, long as the fighters match a certain mold. You know, you didn't hear no nonsense about him when it came to Ryder. When it would have been the Zach Parker guy, he was ready to fight him. He begged for the Abner Yildirim fight, wanted it so bad he ended up losing his contract with the Zone. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he does what he does so consistently, man. It don't even bother me no more. I just don't pay attention to what he do. I don't buy his fights. I don't stream his fights. If I catch him later on, it'll be later on when they're just on YouTube or whatever. But I mean, for the most part, man, I don't even pay attention to what that guy got going on, man. He's just a farce at this point. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with Terrence Crawford, right? His whole gripe about Crawford should have been the same thing he should have said about Jermell Charlo, but he didn't have no problem fighting him because he knew Jermell Charlo was gonna bow down. He knew Jermell Charlo was more of a fan of his and a cheerleader than he was a viable opponent. Right. You know what I'm saying? So it was never any question in his mind, you know, how that fight was gonna go. He might have thought he could get a stoppage, but you know what I'm saying? But he wasn't concerned about that dude. But you know, it comes to somebody that's perceived to be a threat. Canelo don't want to fight him. The guy done been stripped the belts multiple times for not fighting mandatories. He actually ain't undisputed right now because he ain't got IBF no more because he didn't want to fight William Skull, who is a Cuban fighting out of Germany. You know what I'm saying? Apparently, he don't like what he's seeing him. You know, he decided to go. Can't say, well, oh, he chases bigger fights, better fights, because nobody asked for that Belonga fight. Belonga hadn't looked good since before he fought Demond Nicholson. And they gave him a layup so he could finally get another knockout in his last fight. But everybody knew they did that because he was gonna fight Canelo next. So I mean, I just, like I said, man, I don't get all bent out of shape about it. I call the guy for what he is, but I don't care what he does, man. I mean, I kind of look at it like the dude been retired for years, the way he move around. I like somebody else said in the chat, I just hate that they allow him to hold on to those belts, because not only is it holding these other guys up career-wise and notoriety-wise, it's also these guys ain't making the kind of money they would make if they were champions. You know, most of these fighters have accelerators in their contracts. If they win a title, you know, they get another fight or they get a bigger purse or whatever the case may be. And you got this guy sitting here holding all the belts. And then the thing is that when you, like you said, what would he do if certain people became the mandatory? He just give up the belt like he did with William Skull. I mean, the bottom line is he done proved that over and over and over. And then I've noticed that the talking heads on these broadcasts, they done start already paving the road for that. They're starting to say things again like, well, Canelo, he's a franchise, you know, he's bigger than the belts and this, that, and the other. They were saying that on somebody, it might have been on the Terrence Crawford fight. They was talking about that. They started talking about how Canelo's bigger than the belts and he don't need the belts at this point and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, man, it's mighty convenient. They start that talking point again when the mandatories start getting tough.
Right. And that was music meets in AI meets in music. That was him who made the comment about what you were speaking on. Yeah, he brought that nugget to the table. Joseph Brown said, I don't care anything about anything about what Canelo was doing, because he told us he ain't gonna fight nobody that the fans think is a 50-50 fight no more. So we need to toss him in the trash. He did. He told us a long time ago that he gonna do what he want to do. Ain't nobody gonna make him do it. You know, I wasn't complaining on it. I was just bringing to the forefront for these people that ride with him so hard and say how great he is. I'm like, dude, greatness don't move like this. I'm sorry. It just doesn't. That's how we have so many failed stories, because greatness made certain moves and they got knocked down. It didn't stop him from being great. But what he's doing, you fought your sparring partner to get a belt. That's the Abner, however you say, Neil Drummond, him, what D-Lo was speaking about. You begged for that fight, and they threw a belt on top of it just for you. so you can win a belt out of it.
Well, they threw a belt on top of the fight before that, so that to basically give him an excuse to fight the guy. Because he wanted to fight him for the vacant belt, but what they ended up doing was putting that belt on top of the pot when he fought Callum Smith. So then when he won that belt, now the guy was his mandatory. So that was the excuse that fans used. Well, he was his mandatory, yeah, but it was a mandatory he begged for.
And how long over UK, as some people say, bum bash, did we go on with him?
Yeah, man. I mean, pretty much the whole undisputed run at 168 was, come on, man. I mean, I just look at it like the dude was one win away from being undisputed at 160 and walked away from it because he didn't like what he had to go through to get it. You know what I'm saying? He didn't like the guy. He didn't like the idea of fighting that guy that was holding that WBO belt. So he just abandoned the undisputed campaign. Then ended up going up to 175 and had that fake fixed fight, whatever you want to say, with Kovalev, who was coming off a fight about six weeks before.
Yeah,
he went life and death with Anthony Yarde. So, and Kovalev was beating him with just a jab. It was almost like that fight was contracted.
Yeah, because Kovalev caught him with that good jab, and
but it was almost like Kovalev had it was in the contract that Kovalev can only throw so many right hands in the fight. Like, I mean, the dude fought, man. I'd say the majority of like 6 rounds just throwing the jab, and probably more than that. I mean, I never watched the fight again. I just remember that night. I was like, man, can this dude throw a right hand? And he was beating Canelo with the jab. I mean, they might not have been giving him the rounds, but he was winning. From what I saw, he was winning the round just throwing the jab. Just Canelo couldn't get out of the way of the jab, but he wasn't ever putting nothing behind it.
Yeah.
Hey, D-Lo.
Yep.
What's up with that James Kirkland fight when he didn't allow James Kirkland to use Ann Wolf?
Yeah, I mean, I heard that. I mean, I know, over time now they done tried to clean it up and say that wasn't the case, but when they were saying it when it happened, nobody was disputing it. So it made me believe that it was true. It's just that once you get so far away from stuff, you could kind of change the story a little bit, because ain't nobody really ain't that uptight about, making you, prove that what you saying is fact.
Yeah, because it's so far gone.
Right. But I mean, it was pretty much what we figured, common and public knowledge at the time. Canelo wasn't disputing it then. His fans weren't disputing it then either. But then, fast forward 5-6 years, then they start talking about that one what happened. And I didn't see it, but I heard or seen where somebody made a post or something saying that Canelo said that the hardest he ever been hit was by James Kirkland. And I guess it would have been that Sway interview, I reckon. I didn't watch the whole interview.
I didn't watch the whole thing either.
But yeah, I mean, supposedly he said this over the last few days, or or so. But I was like, well, if he really feel that way, then imagine how it could have went if Kirkland had been, fully armed with what he should have had going into that fight.
Right. I want to say, Yasser in the building, man. Salute to you, Yasser. You say, salute MZ in the chat. I know it's early over there where he is. I appreciate him stopping through always. My boy Eric R say, I hope they make the Bud versus Canelo fight eventually, so I can see Bud come out to the ring to A Night to Remember by Shalimar. Let's make this a night to remember. I feel, get ready. Oh, but we can only sit and think about it. Back to ladies and gentlemen, I have to say I like Osles Iglesias. I went and checked him out, because Hyphy put him in my ear, and that's what we're supposed to do. When I'm missing out on something, I appreciate that. All I can say is, for these kind of fighters, Iglesias, and Billy, Morrell, the only way to make them ring in as we say, casuals mouths is to have to start trying to bring them forefront. Might not be fun because we won't be talking about the big names and stuff like that. But if we start putting these guys up And like tonight, bringing them out because they in 168. Well, not Morel and Benavides, but in Billy and Iglesias is. You know what I'm saying? Make some noise for them. Since Canelo claiming he the king at 168. He said that's what he feel like he the strongest and the best at. Make him prove it. But yeah, we got to start bringing them out. So Hyphy, yeah, I don't know if he was satisfied with the background that I came up with, but yeah, that fight right there, amongst a couple other ones that I watched, because the man got 11 fights with 10 knockouts. He got 36 rounds under his belt. That's it. But he looks to be the truth. He looks to be a formidable champion that you're gonna have to go through if you're trying to become undisputed at 168. That's for anybody. That's for anybody. And Billy, that's another strong champion. A little muscular, but he moves well, and he proves that I'm still, somebody help me, because I don't know, did he get hurt against Derevchenko when he got turned around? He was throwing so hard he threw himself off balance. I don't want to say that he was hurt and it was the gas tank, and I don't want to say it was the gas tank and he was hurt. But either way, he showed grit. He took some good punches, but he got some good thudding punches, and he throws combinations, and like I said, he got footwork. These fighters are impressive. They're impressive to see. They look good in the ring. I guess you could say fan friendly. They starting off with knockouts. Or if not getting knockouts, they really laying leather on people where you could walk away from the fight saying, "Man, I really enjoyed that scrap." So I see what Hyphy was trying to get him. I'm gonna try to start gaining us. Let's start trying to bring these young names up. Already, that boy Abdullah Mason, his name is catching fire. His name is caught fire, just not really well enough to me, in my opinion, where the casuals have locked on to him yet. He got us boxing fans, the ones that watch it regularly, that make it part of their healthy diet. He got us excited already because of what we're seeing going on. But how do they turn the corner to get into the casual atmosphere? Because once they get there, then they can make that noise. They could make that noise. Got a question? Hope maybe one of you guys will help me answer. The young lady, the Olympics fiasco, or what they're talking about with the girl boxer that they say is the boy that they say. Who was it that posted it? D-Lo? Did you post that, D-Lo, about the doctor talking about the way they were born? D-Lo might have fell asleep.
Okay. I don't know, but I did some looking into this also. And I definitely read an article that was sounded to be on the same line of what you're talking about. And from my understanding, yeah, this is a situation where you had this person, I guess their name is Iman Khalif. From my understanding, they were born woman. You hear me?
Right.
Okay, yeah, they were born woman. Supposed to have the XY chromosome. I don't know if this is like one of these women that just naturally has higher elevated levels of testosterone than other women. But yeah, from what I'm hearing, everybody is wrong in thinking that this is a trans woman.
Right. And I listened to this doctor that was talking, and she was going through how stuff can go wrong with signals from cells and stuff like that, where a girl can end up with a lot of boy traits. But she's still a girl. She was, in my opinion, she was trying to speak against these athletes being able to participate And she was making a strong argument, but when she got down to me to the closing of her argument, she started kind of struggling because she couldn't do away with the fact that the girl was born a girl. You know what I mean? So I'm like, if they were born, if they got that deficiency when they were born, how can you can't mess with, I say that's naturally how they were born. If they're a little stronger, they're a little stronger. It is what it is. If they didn't have man's help to change them up, then let them be. It's not a bunch of them that we see competing. And it's not like she's just been out there dominating. She has taken losses, which means there's some girls that just better than her. But when they come, you know what I mean? She has been beat up. So
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So that was something that kind of was on my head as well with the news and stuff that was going on in boxing, because I'm like, yeah, they're making a real big deal about it, but they're not making a big deal about the ones that you actually know. You know what I'm saying? Went through the operation. Those are the ones that they say, oh yeah, we got to let them compete. Really? One that's just born and got high levels, y'all want to take her out the game. But the ones that actually got operations so they can compete, that's okay. And the killer to me about that is, you don't hear about trans women turning into men trying to compete in men's sports. Have you ever heard of that?
It's funny how that never happened, right?
Not to my knowledge. But you got these men that want to turn into girls, and then they want to go and compete in the girls' sport. That to me that rings loud undertones of what is going on. You turn into a girl so you can compete against the girl, so you can 9 times out of 10 you thinking I gotta think that you think you can go out there and just dominate the field because you used to be a boy. In your mind and your heart, I used to be a boy. I can outdo these girls, no matter what it is that we in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for me, it's just the inconsistency. And I'm going to reference a situation that happened maybe about 4 years ago. There was two African women's runners, and they were not allowed to run in some type of Olympic competition. Is because it's not that they took any type of steroids or anything, a la Alicia Baumgartner, but they just naturally had higher than normal levels of natural testosterone. And so I forgot the name, the term that they use for these women, but there's some women out there that just have higher levels of testosterone naturally. And it was deemed that because of this, they were, they had an unfair advantage and they were not allowed.
Damn, we lost Hyphy just like that. They were not allowed to compete. Yeah, I feel you, Hyphy. That is not fair. It was not fair in no way, shape, form, or fashion. Yasser said there was a female to male boxer I heard of not so long ago. Got his/her/ his whip recently before they third pro win. Named Patrico Manuel. He said, God, he is her, they ass whipped. Oh, and Hyphy's back, you guys. Hyphy is back. I guess what I'm saying as far as that goes with this the transgender thing, I can't say honestly, I don't think it's fair that a man changed to a girl and compete with girls. But in the same breath, I can say a person born naturally came out the womb the way they were designed in the belly, without man's help or any steroids or any hormones, anything like that. Let them be. Let them be. They were naturally made like that. The ones that we are actually creating, we are fighting harder for them to compete than the ones that are naturally here. What does that say about us? It don't say nothing about me because I ain't for it. But go ahead, Hyde.
No, I definitely agree. I want to stick to the women's Olympics.
Yes.
So basically, all but 2 of the women's gold medal winners in boxing, they were already pros. So I read an article saying that, it's a fear that the Olympics, it'll be kind of tarnished because you're going to have lots of pros competing, and it's going to basically take away of what the amateur concept was built on. So I want to know how you feel about that, with these pros coming into the amateurs and they're, winning and having success. How do you feel about that?
If it tarnishes the overall part of the Olympics, I guess you could have an argument for that, saying that it tarnishes the Olympics for the simple reason that you might have amateur athletes going up against professionals, who know things about the game that the amateurs may not yet, that could give them a slight edge in certain sports. It depends on what sports you're talking about they're competing in, because I think an amateur can go out there and do the floor exercise just as well as a pro, but I don't know many pro floor exercise people or bars. They're pretty much naming, like, I think they're pointing the finger like basketball, boxing, boxing because it's just so recently happened. Basketball's already been doing it. Nobody's really complaining much about it. My question, I guess my answer would be, yeah, let the Olympic gold medal be reserved for the amateurs who fight most of their teenage and teenage life to get to that point. Let them get to the top of the mountain, and the person that they have to face is also an amateur. Don't let it be a pro. So in boxing, I can agree with leaving it for the amateurs and let them fight for the medals. The pros have already established themselves and already making money. They, if you missed out on a chance to go to the Olympics doing your amateur strive for it, then just accept that you didn't get a chance to make it. You're already a pro. You're doing your thing. Yeah, I think it kind of sucks that you get to double back and say, you know what, I get a chance to go to the Olympics. Let me go and see if I can get a medal. Because if you're facing an amateur, you're taking that kid's big dream away from him. You actually you hurting him in so many ways. Welcome to the show, Killer Kane.
What's going on, brother?
You got it.
Hey man, I just want to add a little something about your girl in the amateurs, Iman Khalif, right? Y'all can hear me?
Loud and clear. I thought I had pressed mute so I wouldn't be making noise.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so they said that the IBA did some tests, which used to be the organization that tested for the Olympics, right? So they were saying that, they were full of shit because they were a Russian organization and they did the test after she beat some Russian boxer, but they determined that she had XY chromosomes, right? But then so the IOC took over. The IOC is saying that's BS because her passport and birth certificate, which these are documents that can be altered, first of all, but they saying that they state that she was born a woman. Okay, so they saying that the IBA test is BS. But the problem with them is they not running no tests of their own. So they just saying, just trust us. That's BS. But we're not going to run no tests to tell you what's going on with her biologically. So that's a problem number one. Number two, the thing about the losses that she took, they was all in the same year. I think it was all in 2019.
Mm-hmm.
So she would have been, I don't know, somewhere around 22. So if she got an elevated, this is just my theory, right? If she got an elevated level of testosterone, this is around the time or a little bit before you get what we call your man strength, and your testosterone reaches its peak. So it looks to me like once her testosterone reached its peak, then she stopped losing. Now, I don't. Maybe she just drastically improved after 2019, but something miraculous happened after 2019. She stopped. She lost all her fights in that year, every single one. Like I think she lost 9 fights. I think she lost 7 of them in that year. And so miraculously, she just became a great boxer. So maybe she just had more strength than the other women she was fighting once her testosterone reached its peak. I don't know. That's just what it looked like to me.
Man, let me say what's up to my brother. Just boy, I tell you. Big bro in the house. What's going on, Ernest Davis, aka Manny Draper, my favorite producer in the whole wide world. What's up, big bro? Glad you made it through. Salute. Eric R says, I'd say cosmetically modifying because we as men can't create anything that's living. Going back to old girl, I heard the argument about these people not taking tests and saying, oh, her birth certificate and her passport. And this is gonna sound crazy, but unless they get her tested, I hear the scientist lady saying that you got girls that are born a certain way. Some of them, I don't know if I can say this on here. Some of them have elongated clitoriousness, which is her example of a little bit more man came out in her than normal. You know what I'm saying? You've seen girls that may grow mustaches. Some have beards, but you don't look at them as being a boy or manly. I'm just saying, to me, I'm gonna stick with this argument. It's not an argument. I'm gonna just stick with this part in my way of thinking. If the person is born that way and they haven't been modified, then leave them alone. If you could prove they've been modified, then tear their ass up.
Oh, you finished? My bad. I didn't know if you're still going.
Oh, my bad. Oh, because I pause so long when I talk sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. But like, if this person got like some type of, I don't know, like some type of birth, I don't want to call it a defect. You know what I'm saying? But they got something going on with them biologically, where they got elevated testosterone. I don't know if is that fair for them to be able to compete with other women? I don't know.
Our brother Trey Exton joined the panel. What's going on, my brother?
Salute. I'm just sitting over here laying down listening to this. Not too long got from Dallas and shit. That's why I ain't get on the panel initially, but just listening to this, I can't help but ask a question. If you had a daughter that was competing and she had to fight this motherfucker, how would you feel?
You asking me?
Yes.
Now, Big E gonna be able to attest to what I'm about to say, because I let it come out my mouth. If she's born that way, then we got to fight this bitch.
Yeah, that shit sound good. I ain't putting my daughter in there with that motherfucker. For real.
See, my daughter ain't fighting. But
that's what make it so easy to say your daughter ain't fighting.
But I would be real, because I would ask my child. And if my child said, Dad, I can do it, then we doing it.
What if she kicked the cowboy shit out your daughter?
Then we took an ass whooping.
Yeah, that shit sounds good. I'm not putting my daughter in there with that fucking freak looking motherfucker. I'm just not doing it. I don't give a damn what they say. If the way she looking, fuck no. Absolutely not. I've seen some more pictures and shit since then. That looks like a fucking boy. A man.
If she a boy now, she can't fight.
Well, shit, she damn near one.
But for them to be talking about she was only way we're gonna get clarity on it if we know if she was born the way that this lady was, the scientist was describing, they can be born.
She's born different. She's not a regular woman. Period. I don't give a damn if she was modified by a man or she was born different. She just born different. It's some people are born different in a way that will make you change your view of shit. Like, let's say your daughter was going to a gym or something like Crunch Fitness, and she's sharing a locker room with a hermaphrodite, a motherfucker that was born like that. It looked mainly like a woman, but it also got a dick and a vagina. That's gonna make you feel different. She was born like that. She can't help it, but it's still gonna make you modify your position. If it's a motherfucker that's strong, 75% a man. She was just born like that. She just damn near a man, and she can't help it. I'm sorry, man. Life is not fair. I'm not about to put my child in there with that shit. This person has an advantage. Look at the frame. She's not even built like a woman. There's nothing about her that says woman to me. Just looking at her. So yeah, it sounds good on the outside. Yeah, we just take her ass with okay. Go in there and kill your daughter. Then what? We just died. Okay. If she dies, she dies. All right.
In the fairness of everything. So if you exclude these people or this person, like I said, because there's not a lot of them, I don't think. What do you do for them? They just can't compete in nothing.
I mean, she's a other. She's
a real other.
Yeah, she's not a normal person.
Wow.
I mean, life is tough, man. I know it sounds cruel to exclude her, and she ain't done nothing wrong except for being born. But if you're born with an advantage over a population, I mean, what gives you the right to go in there and beat the hell out of women that was born normal? They can't help the way they was born either.
Now
that woman that quit said she ain't never been hit that hard. We just supposed to dismiss what she said and just say it's spilled. Is she crying over spilled milk? She said, I've never felt no punches like that. This is an Olympian. This is somebody that have been around the block a few times, and she ain't never felt no punches like that. So you mean to tell me that this whatever this is, don't have no advantage? They got to be some kind of advantage. Look at the frame though. Them long going, big shoulders. When I at first, I was like, well, I was thinking about like you was thinking. Well, she was just born that way.
Right.
There ain't nothing she can do about that. But then when I really got a good look at her, I said, I'm not putting my child in there with that motherfucker. Hell no. Her feelings just gonna have to be hurt.
I haven't seen her yet. But you
talking from a half story now.
Okay.
You need to go do some more research.
I'm gonna look at her.
I posted some pictures of her in the Discord.
Okay, well I'll pull that up.
And somebody either I did or it was somebody else, and I commented on it. One of them, but it's some pictures of her posted in there, and she ain't nothing feminine about that at all. She look like she could whoop our ass. So, yeah.
I'm gonna have to hit you with. You done came in here and brought the conversation a different point of view, like the voice of reason. But it's also shocking and crazy at this point in time that we as humans are in, where people are literally changing themselves on purpose. Look how nature just throw us a curveball and put one in there that's just like that.
Yeah, that is crazy.
It makes you look, because I guess it will help make the argument. Listening to you saying what you said, I'm still looking for her picture. Her not being able to compete because of the manly gifts that she has, that she was born with, should stand just as strong for the ones that's being created by men themselves.
Yeah, the ones that's being created by men are making it even harder on her. As soon as we see her, that's what we thinking about. We thinking about these transsexuals and all that kind of stuff. And I feel sorry for her being born like that. You know what I'm saying? Getting all this criticism. But when I saw them pictures from 2022, I said, hell no. Absolutely not. I'm talking about for the safety of all the other women. See, that's the problem. Like most of the time we thinking about the well-being of the person in question. We're not thinking about the competition. We thinking about what's fair to her or what's fair to other people that are in similar situations. I'm thinking about the women that she competing with. That shit's not fair, man. She gonna have to go find something else to do, or go find some people that's like her. Hell, it got to be some more strange cases out there. So you know what I'm saying? No, she just don't need to be in there with the regular women though.
That's fair. That's fair. I can't find the picture. I'm scrolling through it. Damn, his eye fucked up. So, that boy Eric also said Shaq was born different too. He's crazy.
Yeah, that shit is called Swire syndrome. People saying she got Swire syndrome. It's like you look female, but you have like small uterus and large clitoris and all that type of
shit. There's a disorder where young kids can develop a whole bunch of muscle. When I was 7, I used to be babysitted by this former U.S. track motherfucker named Doc Pack, and he used to have a little cousin. His name was Shard, and Shard looked like the Incredible Hulk when he was 10. He had a disorder that made him just cut the fuck up. It was the craziest genetics I ever seen. I never seen a 10-year-old kid look like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I'm talking about muscles everywhere, 6-pack, big shoulders, legs. I'm talking about at 10. Put him in there with some other 10-year-olds and tell me that shit gonna be fair. Like, he was born like that, but that's not something that you normally see. Like, if I got a 10-year-old kid and he's a normal 10-year-old, I'm not putting him in there with Shard. Absolutely not. I'm
First
talking
off, you're gonna be saying he ain't 10.
Huh?
You gonna be saying that motherfucker ain't 10?
That's what you would think, but I promise he was 10 years old, bro. The craziest freak genetics that I ever seen in my life. And can't nobody tell me that it's an even playing field. If you put him in there with normal kids, when he has a disorder that makes his body make an unnatural amount of muscle at an early age. And to make muscle, you gotta have testosterone and all that shit. He's fucking 10. Imagine what he got going on in his body. I actually saw him like 6 years later after that. He was still cut the fuck up. He don't even work out. He told me he don't do nothing. Don't go to the gym, don't do no push-ups, no nothing. And he walking around looking like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Like I said, that's the first name that come to my mind. Like, it's remarkable. I've never seen nothing like that. And the fact of the matter is, he was born different, and he absolutely had an advantage over kids his age.
Yeah, I can just imagine.
Yeah. I got to find the name of that disorder that I'm talking about, and I'll tell you what the name is when I get a chance. But it's real, though. It's square business.
Dang, damn. It is what it is. Life throw you some curveballs all the time.
And the thing is, if it was track, who gives a fuck? But we talking about a sport that you can really get hurt. That's the difference. And we gonna have to put safety in front of somebody's feelings. That's what I'm about. Safety over feelings. Fuck they feelings, man. You dangerous. So shit, it is what it is.
Not by your own fault. It just, some guy screwed up on your way out.
Yeah. If you're a goddamn X-Men and you got special powers, well, you was born like that, but hell, you're X-Men, nigga. You can't compete.
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
This man said if you were X-Man, stand your ass to the left.
Yeah.
We got to see what's going to happen with you in the next. Yeah, that's hell of an analogy right there. That man, what you gonna turn into? What kind of powers you got?
Yeah, if you Quicksilver or something, nigga, you can't compete in the track meet, nigga. I know.
They be discriminating against these mutants, nigga. They gonna goddamn have Professor X out here trying to what's his name, Magneto, trying to kill our goddamn man.
Woo, man, boy, that was a good laugh. Got my side feeling it, man. Eric always say it would be funny as hell if that nigga was going out winning bodybuilding competitions without ever working out.
Yeah, that would be crazy. Really, if y'all see the nigga, y'all be like, yeah, you wasn't lying, nigga. That's something I ain't never seen before in my life.
Man. So let me tell y'all, for real, the other day at work, it's 8:15. We got a long line. Me and my coworker, my other assistant manager, we sweating. We got this line, man. We trying to get it going. And this dude comes in and say, hey, that man out there punching that lady in the face through the car. So I look and I'm like, oh, you can't do that right here to this lady. You can't even be why are you punching this lady? Pull my pistol out on him. He said, it's okay. No, it ain't. You out here beating the shit out of this lady. We finna wait for the police. I ain't never heard this motherfucker. This motherfucker pleaded and I'll pay you. I ain't trying to hear none of that. You out here beating this lady. I gotta send you to jail. I want to shoot him. So bad.
Yeah, she probably right back with that nigga the next day. She probably bonded that nigga out of jail.
Well, if she did, she did.
You know how it go. Shit, I stepped in to help a chick one time and they both turned on my ass. I said, fuck that shit. I ain't never doing that again.
I ain't think about it.
Yeah.
All I saw is him punching through that window.
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, that was valiant what you did. I just know in reality, it don't be as simple as what you think. Like, let me just stop this and save this chick. They be really loving them niggas. They be right back with them. You get into a fight with that nigga, she might jump in and help him against you. That's just the reality of it.
And the reality is they both feel that heat. That's the reality of it. This boy Eric all say they laid up listening to the show right now. They talking about us, baby. Listen.
Square business.
You right, yeah. Some people do have relationships like that. My second oldest sister, when she was younger, she used to have some toxic relationships. Oh my gosh, I hated some of her dudes that she used to mess with. She grew out of it.
Yeah, I'm about to say they be liking that shit though. If you just a good guy, go to work, come home, responsible, take care of all your business, priorities on point, everything. Oh, that's boring. They need a nigga that's gonna take them through some hoops, give them some excitement. That's why they like them bad boys. Some of them like it when they get hit, get smacked around and shit. That's exciting to them. For real, I done literally heard women say that shit. I mean, one time a dude was whooping his girl ass with a hanger. Nigga step in to one of his partners step in like, man, you tripping on her? What's up, man? Chick like, don't worry about it. It's okay. Like she straight told him it's okay. She liked that shit. So that's man, I don't even put no S on my chest for that shit no more. Because I don't know the context of their relationship. You know what I'm saying? This might be what keep them together. Hell, he start whooping her ass, she might leave. You ain't exciting no more. This shit ain't fun no more. It sounds stupid, but man, that's what it is, though, I promise.
That sounds sick. Yes, to say beating each other up and kissing in the
People be
makeup.
sick out here.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I'm not trying to judge nobody. No, I'm just like, she don't beat my daughter. If
But
you got to beat her, leave her.
well, Yasa said though it's part of it. Get into a fight, now we get to make up, treat each other injuries and wounds, and shit, we get to have some good old makeup sex. Yeah, nigga, that's all part of it. Tell you, some women don't want you if you don't kick them in the ass. Me personally, I don't need no woman like that because I ain't trying to get locked up on no domestic violence and all this old crazy shit. Like, I don't need all that in my life. But I definitely know that they out there, though.
Oh, shit. That ain't something I would want to deal with ever.
Hell
I
no.
can't hit you. Yeah, you need to go and pack your stuff up, move around. I ain't got time for that. I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Yeah, especially with the beautiful women, you know what I'm saying? We ain't trying to
Exactly.
fight the women. Shit, we,
For what?
you know what I'm saying?
I'm
Yeah,
trying to caress you a little bit. Let me talk to you for a minute.
yeah.
You say you like what? Man, you know what? That sounds pretty cool. I ain't never did it, but I'm willing to try.
Yeah.
That boy Hyphy asked about Frazier Clark and Fabio Wardley, the rematch. Wardley rematch. Is that a fight coming up?
Yeah, they talking about putting it on the undercard for Bill. Better be.
I
First
heard
fight.
somebody else supposed to be on the Bivol and Beterbiev card. Who the heck else was it? I heard that's supposed to be on their card. Shakur Stevenson.
Nah, I ain't heard no shit like that. This card, when is this card? Next month? I
Isn't
think.
that when he fighting Joe Cardina?
Oh shit, I don't know. Yeah, they ain't too long been talking about that shit. I'll be surprised if it's in September, even October. D-Lo posted the lineup for the card in Discord. I didn't see Shakur on there.
Okay, but then that must not be. It's somebody. It's somebody. I just can't think of the person's name that's supposed to be.
But Frazier Clark and Fabio Wardley was an instant classic in the first fight. We all had
Yeah,
Frazier
better
Clark,
be Bivol.
Olympic bronze medalist. And damn, you made me forget what the fuck I was about to say, but that was an instant classic matchup. Fabio Wardley showed he was a natural. Went out there, fought hard, the motherfucker. Frazier Clark had the better skill set, but his gas tank wasn't the best. If he had a better engine, he could have most likely won that fight. But it ended up being a draw. I think it was a justified decision. It was some split, like some swing rounds and shit like that. But I thought the judges did a pretty good job. And this is one of the rare cases where I'm looking forward to a rematch. But of course, I can't bet on it or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't bet
Just enjoy
rematch.
that fight. Just enjoy that fight.
Yeah.
Now I'm looking at it. It is. It's Beterbiev, and then they got Shakur versus Joe Cardina, Chris Eubank, and it's so little I can't see it. Kamal, Fabio Wardley, Frazier. Somebody just came back over Hyphy. Yeah, so they got Shakur slated against Joe Cardina.
He was on that picture.
Yeah.
I didn't even see that motherfucker Shakur on there.
If they slated the way they gonna fight, they like the what you call it, the co-event.
Yeah, it would be an insult to have them anywhere further down the list than the second to last fight.
Man, I can't. I'm like, wow, this fight is getting ready to happen. Beterbiev and Bivol, man.
Speaking of rematches, salute to my nigga Guido Vianello. He went out there and whooped the cowboy shit out of Arslan Mahmoudov this past weekend. Won a little change for the betting group. Rematch. The first time they fought was back in 2015 at the World Series of Boxing. Mahmoudov was 25 and Vianello was 20. Mahmoudov was just too strong, man. He ended up cutting Vianello. They stopped the fight. So now they just had the rematch. This time, Mahmoudov is 35 and Vianello is 30. He said this is the fight that he wanted because he wanted his revenge. He said, I was a baby back then. I'm a grown man now. and I got something for him. Coming off the close split decision defeat to F.A. Jogba, many people thought he won that fight. I thought he could have won the fight, even though we bet on F.A. Jogba. I still thought Guido could have won. And when I saw this matchup, I was thinking, yeah, this is perfect for him. This dude got some good boxing skills. He an Olympian. Get out there and box on the outside, do some pretty shit from time to time. And Makhmudov, in the words of my boy Yasser, ain't nothing but a big fucking stiff. Coming there with no head movement, no boxing skills, simple, plain, throwing the same hard punches over and over and over again. If something don't work, like my nigga D-Lo say, he don't make an adjustment. He just do what he was doing, but do it harder and more aggressive. Well, that shit didn't work. He went out there and got his ass linked on. Villanello swole his eye up. He walking around looking like Thurman when he fought against Guerrero with that hematoma looking shit on the side of his head, or looking like Hasim Rockman when he had that big knot on the side of his head, had a goddamn grapefruit on the side of Makhmudov's face. Went out there and got his ass stopped in the 7th round. The ref called it off, who's the boss. And yeah, salute to my nigga Guido Villanello, man. And normally we say we don't like them Italians and all that kind of shit. Well, this is one of the rare times where they went out there and stood tall for us. So yeah, man, salute to Guido, man. Whoop the shit out that boy.
Salute to Guido. Salute. Hyphy bringing it to my attention that Turkey offered Wilder a fight against Derek Chisora. Wilder's getting either Turkey really likes Wilder, because he's getting chance after chance to show that knockout. I think that's what Turkey really trying to pay for, to see a knockout. But I don't see that in no way, shape, form, or fashion being an easy fight for Wilder at all, not given the last 2 showings that he's had.
Can't take Wilder in that fight for sure. That's something that, like, this is the type of situation I learned from Lawrence Williams, Mark ass. Even though he a monster, you know what I'm saying? He a beast. But Chisora's the hotter fighter coming in right now. Like Wilder, he on a downswing. And Chisora just came off a career best win. You know what I'm saying? Well, arguably a career best win. So he coming in hot, feeling himself right now. He gonna come and put something on Wilder ass, man. It's like this is not a good time for Wilder to take the type of fight. They need to put him off in there with somebody to build up his confidence first. We need a confidence rebuilder, the equivalent of a Danny Garcia versus Rod Soka. We need to put him off in there with somebody like what's that motherfucker that hold his hands real spread apart real far? He a good fighter. He an Eastern European. Anthony Joshua hit him with the right hand straight up the middle and knocked him the fuck out.
I'm trying to think. Not the one that got popped for being dirty twice, huh?
Maybe it might have been something like that. I know this dude is like a 4.5. He won a medal at the AIBA World Championships.
I think I can see who you're talking about. I just can't call his name.
He beat the brakes off Bogdan Dinu, knocked him out.
Pulev.
Yeah, Kubrat Pulev. Put him in there with Pulev. Because Pulev got the style to make him look good. He spread his hands real wide, and that's going to invite the right hand. That's why he got knocked out by Joshua. So I think Wilder could put that same right hand on Pulev. I think he tailor-made for Wilder. So that's a credible opponent, but it's also a confidence rebuilder. And I think coming off something like that, he'll look better going into a fight with a more dangerous opponent.
Man, that sound good, but I don't think that's how it's going to be laid on the table for him.
Well, that's the thing, though. Like, Turkey is a big boxing fan, but he don't really know how to run fighters, though. Like, he willing to pay for big fights, but he don't know how to move no fighter. Turkey will get you fucked up. Ask Jared Anderson. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. Like, instead of being on your shit trying to develop and get right, Turkey might offer you some money for a detour. Let's not do that. Let's abort that plan for right now and let's go ahead and step up to a level that you might not be ready for, but I'm gonna compensate you for it though. That'll be the worst thing that you can do. You go out there and get your ass demolished, picked, and polished in front of the whole world fucking with Turkey. And I respect Turkey, don't get me wrong. I'm not talking down on him. I'm just speaking to the fact that he has the money, he has the love, but he doesn't have the experience. He's a fucking novice with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, he just got the money. He just like a rich kid. Let me make this matchup. Let me make that matchup. I don't even care if the matchup don't make sense. I got the money to pay for it. Shit, I'm paying for it. And that might not, the money is good, but it might not be in the best interest of the fighter. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's something that they're going to have to consider. Like, I like the money, but at the same time, all money ain't good money. And this money could get me fucked up if I ain't ready for this scenario.
So it makes them say, a question they say, are you ready? Are you really ready? Don't be just saying, I'm going out here collect this change. Can you go out here and try to make this pop off? Yeah. So Hype is saying that Tank might be fighting De Los Santos. That's what the rumor mill is spreading around. I wouldn't mind seeing Tank and De Los Santos if nobody else is trying to fight. It's not a fight that I could actually say I was looking forward to right out the gate, but De Los Santos, yeah, I could see him. That'd be a good fight.
Santos ain't fought since he fought Shakur, if I'm not mistaken, so that would be a pretty significant layoff by the time they do fight. Tank Davis is fighting southpaw after southpaw, it seems like right now, so he's staying in that mode. You know, he done fought Hector Garcia, he done fought Frank Martin. He's trying to go to a third southpaw in Edwin De Los Santos. So he's staying with that southpaw type of opponent. That leads me to believe that maybe he is planning on fighting Shakur. Like, he's just getting 100% comfortable going against his stance, southpaw after southpaw. By the time he fights Shakur, that motherfucker might have 4-5 southpaws in a row.
That'll cause big trouble. He say, AI Meets the Music said, that's good enough. Forget moving fighters. Everybody fight everybody and let the cream rise to the top. If we want the love of the old to go away, we gotta stop strategically moving guys.
Yeah, but it's one thing to lose. It's another thing to go out there and get hugged the fuck out. That can be a career destroyer. Like, we ain't gonna never forget what Bacoli did to Jared Anderson, ever. He can go out there and win his next 6 fights. Are you gonna forget what happened? Because I'm not. So, yeah, I'm with the cream rising to the top, but if you go out there and get your ass straight demolished and ragdoll, I got to go with what you were saying previously. He wasn't ready, obviously.
Man, every time he say Turkey ass finna make Devin versus Boots.
Yeah,
boy, Devin out there trying to beat up on the merry-go-round man. Say, give the boxers the UFC treatment. And you getting harsh on him. Yeah, he said Tank gonna be a southpaw killer. Yeah, it would make you think logically. He fighting southpaw after southpaw. He must be getting ready for the southpaw, which would be Shakur Stevenson, which would be the fight that people clamoring for. But it looked like Tank possibly practicing and training up and seeing what he can do and what to be expecting to be coming out of that southpaw stance. Since, as Trey likes to eloquently put it, the lanes is wide open. Wide open.
Maybe for marketing too, because they'll have a common opponent with Shakur. Shakur went out there and fought 12 quote-unquote boring rounds with the guy. And Tank Davis think he got action at going out there stopping him, which he does, because he's an outlier. And plus, I done already seen De Los Santos struggle with some power from a southpaw in El Rayo. They had an elevator man fight for as long as it lasted. They were knocking each other down. So I know Tank got the power to put something mean on him. So he want to go out there and have that common opponent, but he outperformed Shakur for the people that's keeping score and making comparisons.
Yeah, and the comparison is gonna be made. If Tank knock him out, oh, see, Tank knocked him out in this. Didn't take him no time to deal with it. Shakur ain't ready.
Yep.
That's gonna be no matter what round he knock him out. That boy, AI Meets the Music says that's what makes your comeback story great. Roberto Duran is an all-time great, and he quit in the fight. He even found himself on the receiving end of one of the most devastating knockouts of all time.
He did.
Got lit up by Hitman Hearns with that. Ooh, I could just see it, right, pow, and the way he just crumbled.
Yeah, they was at different stages of their career though, because Duran was already a legend when he got knocked out like that by Hitman Hearns. You know what I'm saying? He had already beat Sugar Ray Leonard and all the motherfuckers. So that's different. This motherfucker Big Baby is not nowhere near that level. Like, he ain't accomplished nothing. He done barely stepped up. Hell, he was having step-up fights against people like Charles Martin. And then he go out there and get hugged out like that. Like, I think that's different. He can make a comeback, but I'm not sure if he made of the right stuff to make a comeback. A lot of them fighters that get knocked down and get back up, like Sugar Ray Robinson, for example, he didn't lose a rematch till he was 40. So he the king of coming back with something. I don't think a fighter ever did it like Sugar Ray Robinson when it come to the rematch. But he was made of some real tough shit though. And I don't think Jared Anderson is made of that type of material. I think that motherfucker made out of, I was gonna say cardboard, but that's too tough. I think he made out of styrofoam.
Wait a minute, styrofoam a little tougher than cardboard. I say particle board. How about that? About as tough as particle board. I'm also hearing that Frank Martin has moved up to 140 pounds. He out of 130. Good old Frank. I saw a picture of him. He looked kind of swole like a little bodybuilder or something. Did I lose Trey? I sure did. That's why it went so quiet. So he say it's too. He say that my damn cardboard too tough. Okay, yeah, cardboard might be too tough for him. Particle board, you know what I'm saying? They give you a nice little flex. You know, he can still, but he can't really hit too hard with particle board. That shit just fall apart so easy. And once a piece of it break, it's over. I think that pressure keeping the O was heavy on the heavy on the leg. If anything, he was looking happy that mofo was gone like a weight was lifted off his shoulders. Good point, Yasser. Could it be that the pressure of the O was just too strong for him? He did break down in the interview with Roy Jones. We all go back to that when he was crying. And Roy, you know, he was like, you know, I didn't ask for this type of stuff, you know, whatever crying he was doing, whatever he was saying, you know, his comeback, that's going to make the difference. His comeback is going to really be the first page of his story. How he took that, how he deals with this ass whooping that he received, who he comes back against. A pretty decent enough fighter, I still say bring him on even level still. Don't digress, still progress, and see what he does. But his mental capacity is what's going to really make the difference. He's going to have to really tighten up. He's going to have to look down deep in himself. And is this what he really wants? Do he really want to be a boxer? Do he really want to be a champion? Do he want to be a household name? This is the time for him to decide and realize, well, it's going to be bad. Real bad. But good point, Yasser. Frank looks sunken in his last win. Yeah, he did look. You know, everybody was making fun of him. You saw the pictures. The internet ain't undefeated. He kind of looked like his face was sucked in. They had him looking like a little skeleton and all kind of stuff. Just goes to prove, you know, get to where you're comfortable with. Get to where you can really work, not hurt yourself. You know, he already putting himself in a deficit because he started boxing so late. Go to where you're going to be the most comfortable, where you can be learning, because you're learning on the job. And I mean really learning on the job. You a pro, you 27, You really just getting started. Um, he got a long road to haul because he hasn't done anything like Wilder or Yard or those novices like that, Earl Spence. He hasn't done anything like any of those guys. So and he still got a long road to go, and he got not a lot of time to get it done. He said we seen Du Bois do it in recent, and I believe Jared can as well. He's young. He's young. Yet got to give him a chance. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm giving him a chance. That's why I say I want to see what he does when he comes back. But he got to tighten that mental up. I, for one, honestly, seeing the way Du Bois came back and the way he went after Big Baby Miller, I can't lie. I feel he kind of got me as a fan. Yeah. So I just put it like that. He got my eyes on him a little more. I like the way he came back because at first I kind of felt like he might have been a little soft. He just he was too quiet. He didn't fight hard to me for some reason. I just didn't see it in him. But now I kind of can see that what, it ain't as bad as I thought. Taking a loss or I'm still here. He didn't hurt me no kind of way, anything like that. Where I can't come back from, and he proving it. He got a little meanness in him. I like what he's showing right now. I hope he keep it up because I want to see him in the big name fights over here on this side of the pond. He said if that camera wasn't on, he'd been like, "Get your weak ass out of my gym, crying like 10 man." a teeny face. Who you talking about in the gym like that? But yeah, as far as Frank, at 140, he got to go in there and prove himself, and he got to really cut the ground. He got to beat some people. Devin, I didn't up there. You getting ready to say something, Hyphy?
Eric, he talking about Roy Jones and Jared Anderson. That's
so he saying after he was over, he was like, "Get your man, come on." You think that's how it went down, Erica? Man, if you don't stop all that crying to get your ass out of here go my boy. I can't see his name. There he is. Killer Kane in the house.
Yeah, man, I dropped off.
Yeah, I seen it. Slipped off into the darkness for a second. You do what pimp stuff do and just bounce back in like you did.
Yeah, but your boy is back. Hey, man, I just wanted to say one more thing about the situation with guys taking losses early. Because Trey was saying that what's his face, Sugar Ray Robinson, he was made of some real tough shit, but Jared Anderson, he ain't made of the tough shit like that. And so I was saying that guys need to be thrown in that tough early so we find out who they are and can they come back, etc. Shit like that. I think like today we have a lot of soft guys in boxing because we baby guys too much. Like as far as like building their career, moving them and stuff like that. I think it's a lot of guys like we don't know how tough they are. Like we find out later on, oh, he took a loss, he can't come back, blah blah blah. But if we already know coming in the door that you're gonna be put in there tough, we ain't gonna be babying you, then it's a lot of people that just ain't even gonna walk through the door because they already know they ain't tough enough to deal with it. Like I look at it like music, like like if we go into a record label to get signed and they tell you, okay, we're not gonna pitch correct none of your singing. We're not gonna. You gotta be able to sing live. It's a lot of people that ain't even gonna walk into the record company because they know they can't do it. You see what I'm saying? Like it's just if you know that you got to deal with the tough shit coming in the door, it's a lot of people that just ain't even. I feel like Shakur wouldn't even be boxing if he knew he had to be in that tough and had to fight. That nigga, I swear that nigga wouldn't even box.
But I don't know because they got amateur backgrounds. Shakur Stevenson got a hell of an amateur background. That's why we call him the baby world beater. Yeah, I don't know if you can tally it like that so cut dry.
Okay, well maybe not Shakur, but there's a lot of people that ain't gonna come in the door if they know it's gonna be tough on them. So I don't know, like your boy Jerry Anderson. I don't know. Maybe he think he tough. Maybe he not. But I just think if you put people in there tough early, then you find out who really is made of the tough shit. And I think we'll see a different game if we had people in there tough early like that.
I see what you're
Just
saying.
like
You
just like
saying
in music, if you knew people had to really do what they doing, what they claim they can do. That's with anything though, really. If you really had to do it, then it's a lot of people that they ain't even gonna step through the door.
facts, facts, 100%. Like I get what you're saying. You rather find out. You rather find out early in the game than later in the game after you've invested so much into them.
Yeah, get these soft ass niggas out the game. If you ain't built for it, then hey, we don't want to see you.
Makes sense. That would give you a field of, you would think, straight warriors all across the board.
Yeah. Because I mean, there's a lot of people out here who know that they can't box. They wouldn't want to be in there doing that shit. Charles Barkley said he like, nah, real men box and play football and shit like he's like, nah, I ain't built for that. There's a lot of people that just most people not built for that shit. But I feel like with the way boxing is moving now, you got a lot of boxers in the game who just really ain't built for boxing. But they know they can go over to PBC and be fed a little diet of easy fights.
So you said PBC is baby these boxers and made them soft.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys over there being babies that, ain't really put in no hard fight. That's why when they fight other promotion companies, they get demolished.
This almost make me feel like, what's the next thing you want to say?
What's up?
I'm just, you say, they boxers get demolished. Like who?
Multiple guys over there on PBC. You know what I'm saying? What's his name? I was thinking about Chris Colbert. Like
Okay.
when
Okay.
he got demolished, but he might have been fighting another PBC fighter when that happened. I don't know.
Oh, you talking about when
But,
he just stopped fighting back?
He's
he
talking
found
about
out like
Stephen Fulton.
I mean, he was in there with Figueroa, but
But what? No excuses. We can't have no excuses. I kind of feel like a lot of the fighters that I kind of mess with at some time point, they PBC fighters. We have been taking some losses when we're doing some cross training or cross representation. Yeah. It ain't been looking too good. Huh? Yeah, Wilder. Oh, Wilder.
Yeah, I'm just saying we strategically move a lot of guys in boxing, man. I just think if guys were thrown, if they had to fight, like if it was like a random selection, you might have to fight, the hardest motherfucker in the division, your second or third fight. Not everybody gonna be up for that shit.
Yeah, I feel you.
Hey,
Like Yasa was saying, man, make it like the UFC where you really have to fight somebody who would challenge.
I would
Like real
love.
early.
I would love if the rankings just were what they were, where you just had to fight your way up. There wasn't no skipping or none of that stuff. Really fight up the ranks.
Yeah.
And when that right there would be great to actually see. But people move the way they want. The money got to make sense and all that. I'm so sick of hearing about the money got to make sense. I don't know what to do with myself at all.
Terrence Crawford said at the end of his fight, he said, "If the money is right, we could fight." How you feel about that?
I'm still like he not making it an issue like everybody else. Get your money, sure. Terrence Crawford is fighting. He moving up. He fighting pretty much hard fights. He 34, 35? He getting ready. Is he older than that?
Yeah.
Okay, so he getting close to time to close the door. He can make a little money. Make him some money. but these youngsters that's talking about it all the time, all the time. You know, so I can hear him mention it once or twice. I can live with that. But every time you look up, somebody's talking about the money, the money, the money. And I'm like, forget, I don't want to hear about the money. I don't care. You know, you guys are going to get paid. Huh? He finna be 37?
Yeah.
It's September? Yeah, Virgo season. But yeah, the money, come on. Not directly at your hyphy, but I'm like, man, come on. We gotta, I don't care about the money like that. I really just, you know, want to have fun and watch them fight and do their thing. I don't really care about the money. If they could show me them training and, you know, little background stuff like that, oh, I love that. I eat that up. But they get to talking about payments and who got to do this and all that kind of craziness. I don't need that. I just want to fight. And you know, the boxing, the training that they do, so I can see if they really getting ready.
So you would have a lot less people who in it just for the money if they knew it was gonna be hard. Like that's why I keep comparing this shit to music, because you got a lot of people in music now who's like, oh, I'm gonna just come through and get some cash. You know what I'm saying? It's a hustle for me. I'm not a rapper. Like, but if you really had to do, if you really had to be a crowd, if you had to battle niggas, whatever, like there's a lot of people who wouldn't be in this shit trying to make money if it was a real skill you had to have.
Well, for the real audience of it, you do have to have a real skill. Say and think it. Speaking of music, I just wanted to ask: did you hear that LL Eminem collaboration?
No, I ain't heard it. I haven't heard some of LL songs, like 3 of his songs off his new album. They produced by Q-Tip. Q-Tip going crazy on the production.
For real?
That's what's standing out to me. Yeah, Q-Tip going crazy. I mean, like Q-Tip is that motherfucker beast with them beats.
Man, I can only wish. But that the Eminem LL collaboration, L going hard on that whole man. L doing his thing. You can tell he's still the old school LL, but he put it together. He putting it together on it. Yeah, it's a song they got. It's a collaboration they got together. And you could tell it's one of those, to me, it's one of those Eminem type style beats that he liked to be on. But L got on there and showed why he was the first solo artist rapper signed to Def Jam.
Yeah, he got a new album out before 15 days.
I couldn't hear you. You kind of sound far away a little bit.
I said LL got a new album called The Force that's coming out in like 2 weeks.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. He got three singles out from it now.
Oh man, I'm behind on that. No, I won't be after we get off of here because I'm gonna go check L. You know, L one of the artists, like, honestly, when I was younger, man, L was my guy.
Yeah, he got 3 songs. One called Saturday Night Special, one called Passion, and one called Proclivity. That Passion is my joint though.
Oh yeah.
And all the beats fire though. Q-Tip, like I said, Q-Tip
going crazy.
Yeah.
Man, see, that's what I love about music. You find out the different artists that made music that end up being producers as well. And it gives you a whole different look about them in the world of hip hop and music. That's what I like about it so much. I was talking to one of my son-in-laws the other day. He's a youngster, but he like a lot of old school stuff. And before I know it, man, I done went way back. I'm talking about Public Enemy and Kool Moe Dee. I even hit him with a little bit of Houdini because I felt like they were a rap group that also sang.
You said Houdini?
Yeah.
Yeah, I fuck with Houdini.
Yeah, man, Houdini went hard with The Freaks Come Out at Night, Friends.
5 minutes of funk with the jam though.
Excuse me. Yeah, that, and it was another song. I can't remember the name of it. It's not that long. It's kind of short. but that bitch jam for the time it come on to the time it go off. I just can't think of the name of it. And I got to naming some artists, and he kind of looked like, I was like, oh man, my bad, I went too far back on you. But he pulled out his little smartphone and started looking them up and was tripping. The boy Eric I say, stars got a line, T's got a cross, I's got a dot, and shoestrings got a tie. Man, just fight. All this other nonsense that these boys doing. He said, LL don't want no smoke with me and Hyphy. Rapper Melly Mill. Man, you got to give LL his prop as far as music and being an entertainer goes. He did what Will Smith did, not quite on the level as far as the movie part go, but he has done his share in acting. He does have him some killers when it comes to the clip with movies. One classic I can think of right off the top of my head is Any Given Sunday. And his longevity in music, man, I salute that dude all the way out. LL did his thing as far as being a survivor in the music game and in the industry. I listened to him tell a story. I can't remember who was interviewing him, where he was like he went to the label to get an advance to do a new album, and the dude started, sucking his teeth and all that. And he was like, all right, then I'm gonna go do a movie. And he went and got a TV show, and he said it started doing good, and the record label called it. Hey, your TV show is doing great. You're like, yeah, you gotta, if you're a rabbit, you gotta have more than one hole, one lucky hole to don't jump into, which made hella sense to me.
And I remember that TV show. I just can't think of the name of it.
Now you bring it up. What was the name of his TV show?
But I know it was like a family type of show, so I just can't remember the name.
I think he was like they cook or something. He worked for the family, if I'm remembering correctly. I don't want to go too hard. I might be mixing up the show with another show.
Before we lose track of the boxing, I wanted to ask y'all. So I went earlier today, like a few hours ago, I was just listening to an interview by David Morrell's trainer, and he was saying how he was basically talking about Ronnie Shields. He was saying he was praying that Christian and Bealey would have called out David Morrell after the fight. He said he was licking his chops. So I want to ask y'all, why was he praying for Christian and Bealey to call out David Morrell, but he wasn't praying for my fighter Osleiz Iglesias, who has the belt? Like, why he wasn't praying for him to call him out?
And Billy is not holding part of the crown?
Nope.
In the House. That was the name of the LL Cool J show, In the House. Thanks, Eric R. Maybe he saw something in Billy that he feel like Morrell could showcase before he decides to turn his eyes on the man named Iglesias. But
so you saying like David Morrell is picking the easiest fights?
Well, I wouldn't consider M. Billy easy at all. Strategically moving, if you see something that you think you might can take out M. Billy, then take it. I don't know. I don't know what their motive is, how soon they want to become champions. But I'm pretty sure that when it's time for the belts to be held up to fight for, if Iglesias is in the way, I'm pretty sure that fight can take place. It will take place. I'm gonna go out on the edge and say, yeah, they're gonna fight. Who gonna walk away victorious? I don't know.
I mean, you know who won when they fought in the amateurs, right?
Yeah, that was the amateurs though. Hyphy, now they getting some seasoning on them, and they getting ready for the bright lights where they can shine and show themselves. It might be a little different dance.
So what you saying? Like it'd be worse for Morrell or what?
No, I'm not gonna ever say a man just gonna go out there and lay it down until he actually goes out there and lays it down. If all I can say that I've really seen from Morrell is emergency mode fighting, that's all I can expect from him. And Iglesias, I do see, like I said, I was speaking on him earlier. He can box. He got some thump. He's athletic. He got some athleticism to him, and he uses it well. I think that, like I said earlier, if he takes a half step back in his spacing, I think he'll land his shots a lot cleaner than what he has been in his last 11 fights. Because, like I said, a lot of his early fights, I've seen a lot of complaining about getting hit in the back of the head, and watching it over and slowing it down. Yeah, he does seem to tend to have, because he got a long reach. So I think he should step back a little bit. He can land his punches a lot cleaner, do a lot more damage, and make his work a little easier. But no, I'm not saying that he's gonna go out there and it's just gonna be worse for Morrell. I can't say that. That would just be disrespectful to that young man and what he's trying to do. Oh, he was the cook in the Shark movie. Yeah, but I thought he was the cook on the show too. Maybe he was an uncle or something.
Yeah, that show is like I know it was like a child involved, but like it wasn't his child. Like he wasn't with the woman or nothing. So I don't know, but I remember that show.
Yeah, I remember it too. I'm sitting here trying to I'm trying to put a scene or something in my head together, so I have more view of it. He said, "I'm speaking Shane Mosley versus Canelo into existence." What? Oh, Shane Mosley Jr.
I was at that fight.
What, the Shane Mosley versus Canelo?
Yeah.
I always took it kind of strange when they would speak on losing to, like, they lost to Floyd, lost to Pacquiao, lost to Canelo, how they would always kind of like dismiss the loss to Floyd and try to give it to Pacquiao like he was so much great. And I'm like, dude, you was like so far over the hill when you fought that dude, you shouldn't have even fought him. He and Shane, in my opinion, neither one of them should have been fighting that dude. But they let Pacquiao get his in too.
Did you hear like the backstory of why Shane was fighting so scared against Pacquiao?
Only thing I ever heard is Shane talking about how he was talking about fighting him. He never spoke about ever being afraid to fight him. He was speaking about how 1 second Pacquiao was in front of him and the next second he was on the ground. Pacquiao was just too fast for him. He couldn't keep up with him. But no, what's the word about him? What was said about him being afraid? Deep Blue Sea. Yeah, that's the name of the movie.
Well, Shane, he tried to lie and say the reason that he couldn't like fight well was because he had developed some serious blisters under his feet because he had some. Okay, basically, that fighter DeMarco Chop Corley.
Yeah,
he designs shoes for fighters, and it's like long story short, I guess he had got some shoes designed for Shane, and then right before the fight, Shane asked for another pair to be made like that, but with a lot less of a cushion. And DeMarco, he did not recommend that, but that's what Shane asked for. And long story short, it wasn't enough padding in the shoe, so Shane said that's how he developed blisters. But I seen some, like post-fight comment, the highlights and stuff. Shane was asking Nazim to stop the fight, his trainer, and his trainer said, "No, I'm not going to stop it," because trust me, like, you're gonna regret this forever if I stop it.
Wow.
Yeah, and Nazim, he was trying to get Shane to fight, like, you know, like tougher and stuff, but he said, yeah, it basically looked like Shane was fighting like a hoe on purpose, so Nazim could stop the fight. And Nazim said, nope, he's not gonna let him.
Wow. That's Nassim Richardson.
Yeah.
Wow. If that's the story, that's deep. That's so Shane was trying to give up. That's what you're telling me?
Yeah. Hey, you know how like sometimes on these fights they have like the pre-fight epilogue?
Right.
Post-fight at least? Yeah, it was on that. And you got Shane Mosley, he asking Nazim, he's saying like, you gotta stop it. You gotta stop it.
Wow. That's got my mind just blowed up. I never heard that. Not Shane, the man that never been knocked out, never been stopped. He was asking for a fight to be stopped. Who would have thought that?
And that's part of the reason why Nazim didn't want to do that, because he like, trust me, you're going to regret it if you do that. Like, you're going to look like a quitter, and I know that, you know, you're not.
Yeah, in a move like that, Nassim saved his legacy, saved his reputation, saved the way history look at him. Too bad that that's still digitally recorded, saved, and it's in the files of the archives now. He was saying it. Your trainer saved your career. Wow.
And then you know that cut man, Stitch Duran.
Uh-huh.
Okay, when it was a few months ago when he was doing these interviews, he said the times when you see him like step in and wave in the towel, he said sometimes it's based like the fighter really don't want to continue on, but he just make an agreement with the fighter that he'll just like call off the fight so he can save the fighter from some shame, you know?
Right. You would think that's the way the corner should do it. You know, if you want to quit undercover. Don't let the world know.
And then, but it's easier for like to have Stitch do it because, you know, like he don't really be part of the team. He just like the cut man for that night. So it's like a lot easier to have him do it instead of like having you know, like that comeback on somebody from your team.
Where they be saying, man, your team didn't even have confidence in you to finish, and I know exactly what you mean with that one. Because
or like telling them like, hey, you need to fire your trainer for, you know, you don't got to do none of that.
Yeah, that's a good plan to deploy. Everybody gets to save face. Stitch don't have to worry about nothing because he Stitch Duran. You know, apparently nobody's ever pointed a finger at him. So yeah, the team gets the same save face. The boxer gets the save face. That's something good to know. That's a good spiel right there. Great spiel. Man, I gotta say something about Clarissa Shield. I was looking at that knockout against old girl, right? And I have to say now, I've been calling her the GOAT and everything, but I feel like now she has really arrived. She has really arrived as the GOAT, and I think she's really going to be trouble for these girls now, because she's realized that if she sits down on her punch, she can generate the power to hurt somebody and drop them. Every one of those, every time she dropped that girl, it was with a nice set on, well-placed right hand. When she came off the ropes after ducking up under the flurry that old girl was throwing, she threw a right hook, a left hook, but old girl was ducking, and she caught her with a right cross right on the chin. That's what dropped the old girl. That's what dropped her the first time, and then she caught her again with a right that dropped her the second time. But I think if she takes what she got from that night and incorporate it in the way she fights, yeah, you could still throw your flurries and everything, because this is going to be the perfect time where you can throw your flurries, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere you didn't caught this lady with a power shot that she didn't realize or knew you had. If she builds on that, oh man, she's gonna be shark in the water sniffing for blood. I don't know which young lady's gonna bring it to make her unadd something. She might retire as the champion up and down the weight classes. She's young. She might be around a good minute where people. She might be so good that she get on people's nerves like Bernard Hopkins did for holding the belt for so long and just whooping ass. Media was kind of trying to not like old ex-man Bernard, because he was just kicking butt and taking names. But I got to give it to Clarissa, man. If she starts sitting down on her punches, I think she's arrived. She truly is the GOAT. Because honestly, I think that's the lesson that Layla Ali was really speaking on, teaching her. If she was to step in the ring and spar, I think that's what Layla was going to try to show Clarissa, that you're not turning over your punches like you need to. You're not sitting on your stuff. That's why you're not knocking these girls out.
But, man, Layla Ali couldn't show her shit.
What?
Yeah, look, nigga, Layla Ali ain't all that. She couldn't show Clarissa shit.
She might could show her that she wasn't turning over her punches.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you like this. Clarissa think so. She don't think so highly of Layla. She wouldn't even listen to Layla. Layla couldn't even hop in the ring and teach her nothing.
I know that's how she feels about it, and that's how she thinks. But sometimes we gotta look past ourselves and just look. And you know, this is the one time you could say with women, you know, you could look at girls and be like, y'all always talk about girl power. This lady, regardless of how you feel about her at the time, she was a champion in women boxing. Regardless of how good you thought she might have been, her daddy was the great Muhammad Ali. I'm sure before he started having serious issues with his health and everything, he took a little time to show his daughter, for her to absorb some things about turning over punches and stuff like that, how to throw a punch. Maybe that knowledge she could have shared with Clarissa. She could have got a lot sooner and got the knockouts that she so craved, so covered. She always wanted to have knockouts. She always talk about wanting to knock out girls, and now she realizes that she can by doing a certain thing.
Yeah, but let me ask you, why would it have to be Layla to show her how to, as you say, turn the punches over and stuff, when she got all these other boxing minds around her that's active right now? What make you think that Layla could show her something?
Even if she felt like Layla couldn't show her anything, it's a chance to meet a legend of the boxing game. I'm not asking her to kiss Layla's ring or nothing like that, but you could be smart enough to pick this lady's brain. Y'all both pugilists. Your father, you boxing because of your father. She boxed because of her father. Her father was the greatest, the GOAT. That's Muhammad Ali. Cassius Clay, who changed over, beat Sonny Liston, became champion, 22 years old. First man to hold the belt, the heavyweight champ, undisputed 3 times. Come on, man. Sometimes we can step back a little bit and swallow your pride, because y'all really ain't got no beef. Layla too old to get in the ring and challenge your legacy in any way, shape, form, or fashion. And Clarissa know that. If she doesn't, she should now. Anything that she get from Layla, you can consider would be a gem, really. What do you know about the game that I might not be doing right? Never know. That lady might open up like a vote and give you all kind of knowledge. Some you know and some you might not.
Yeah. But why would she want to holler at Layla when the #1 pound-for-pound fighter in the world calls Clarissa twin? If she want to learn something, she can go holler at Terrence. somebody that's way more knowledgeable and a much better fighter than Layla.
I feel you. I feel that too, and I caught that part where she said that Crawford complimented her game so much that he calls her twin. I get that, and at this point in time in the era of the game, that's a hell of a compliment coming from a hell of a fighter. And you know, if sisterhood is what sisterhood is, and I can't believe I'm sitting here making this argument, but shit, like I said, you know, Layla was a legend of the game. Is a legend of the game. Not was. She is a legend of the game. You can't change that in history. I just wouldn't, you know, you accomplishing stuff. At this point, what? You a heavyweight, you finally listen to your coach about sitting down on your punches. Like Eric Ross saying, Shields is hard-headed as hell. He remember Ward trying to give her game years ago. You wouldn't listen to Andre Ward? And the dude to call you twin, that Andre Ward is his guy. I love Clarissa, but sometimes, you know, we could be stubborn. We got to see past ourselves so you can really enjoy what's coming on. If you really want to enjoy what's coming on in the game that you're trying to dominate and become so well known in, you will see things a little different, I think.
Yeah, I just don't think it was to me it just seemed, you know, like some women could be, it just seemed like it was always gonna be one of the things where both of them women view it like, hey, it's only room for one woman on this pedestal right here, and that was always gonna cause some friction between the two of them.
Well, I think Leia already spoke to that point and gave that up. Eric Ross say that would have been great for women's boxing. That would have been great for women's boxing if Ali could have given her blessings. True, you know, I think they would have made a big deal out of that. It would have made a lot of noise. But you know, it is what it is. Moody Trey was in the house. He say, "Salute, people. What's going on, Moody?" I don't know, Hyphy. It's just hard to say. Like I said, you know, Clarissa, no longer known as T-Rex because she's the GOAT now. She put that name totally behind her. She's the best girl in boxing. I don't know who, if I'm giving warrant right now to any girl that I think can beat her. Especially now that she found out if you sit down on your punches, you can generate a little more power. I'm looking forward to seeing her stop a few more people. And that's what you call having excitement in the game for a girl to be knocking out the girls. Especially if she can accomplish it in 2 minutes around. Can you imagine how much noise she would talk? I'm knocking these hoes out in less than 2 minutes in a fight. Fast. She talk her talk, man. I like her. I love her energy and what she brings.
I just wouldn't want her to get so overly fascinated and confident that now all of a sudden she know how to knock out women. Because, you know, obviously, like, when you start looking for the knockout, which she definitely wants knockouts, you know, that could definitely have you fighting in a way that's not as effective as, you know, it should be, chasing a knockout.
She seems to be one of those fighters that does listen to a coach. And I do believe that they'll be able to tame that part in her, because in order to be great, it's not just about knocking them out. It's about setting them up. You know, now you're getting ready. If you're capable of delivering knockouts within fights, now you're getting to that area where the entertainment part that you've been saying, I want to entertain these people. Now all of that starts to culminate. You get to entertain by flurrying these girls, showing your great defense, because you have to work even harder to keep all these other things sharp, because you're constant. You might want to concentrate on hitting hard when it's or this power that you just found. It's not something that you really have to do. You just keep on sharpening what you do and what you do well. And like I said, she can entertain now. She can show the fast hands. She can blister these girls up when she want to. And after she done peppered them and got them tired, she can set them up and drop a hammer and possibly daze them, then get a knockout. So I think I think that her team will be able to hold the reins strong enough where she'll get it, and she'll be able to ride that wave continuously.
I just think y'all gonna be disappointed with that mindset.
Why? Believing that you still should box and be good at defense and boxing like she has been doing, and just adding now when you're ready, you can strike how you need to. Because for the most part, that's what the biggest complaint was. She don't sit down on her punches. She is, she throw all these flurries and she's fast and this and that, but she ain't getting them out of there. She ain't hurting them. Now I feel like she has that part in her game because of this knockout. Taking her up to the heavy, to as heavy as she is. If she goes back down, I hope that she still remains sitting on that sitting down on the punches when it's needed to generate that power to dizzy up these girls.
Yeah, I would definitely hope so too. It's just like I said, it's just that's a sample size of one, and I think this probably definitely overflated her confidence in her punching power and ability to score knockouts just a little too much. And then it's even worse for her because now she's speaking it publicly, so she kind of setting a bar for herself in the public eye to be getting these knockouts going forward.
Well, with that part, I lean on the words that you spoke earlier. I'm sure Twin will give her a call and let her know, hey, you don't have to look for the knockouts. You're good enough that you can whoop them up. And if the knockout is going to show itself, it will appear. And then you go after it. Looking at the people that she say she talked to and she rests heavy on their word, I'm pretty sure that Crawford, I believe this full-heartedly because I see him with so many other young fighters. I believe that's the kind of knowledge that he would pass to her. I believe that's what he will instill in her. Hey, this is how you work with that. Don't get overconfident. Don't get overinflated. Don't get power drunk. Don't do that. Still box. Still fight. Still do what you do. When you're doing it and you're doing it well and you shooting a hard shot every once in a while, you will see that knockout appear. It'll show itself, and then you go get it.
Yeah. We just have to see, what her next move is, because with Clarissa, she's definitely going to, obviously dangle back into the whole MMA. So I don't know if like we're going to see her boxing one time a year or what. We'll just have to see.
On the cool is almost like who she got to fight, who ready to step up. I know we still got Franchon Cruz and all that, and I think Hannah Gabriel is too far. I think she's too old. But who we got to challenge Clarissa? Who's there within the weight range that she can fit? I'm not trying to squeeze her into 47 or anything like that. From 54 to 68, who's there?
The most logical path would be for her to attempt to go undisputed at heavyweight. Based on the fact, Natasha Jonas has turned down a fight with her, which would be at 154. And, Jonas has let it know any fight could be her last. She definitely don't got too many more in her. So, yeah, now it comes back to the names, the recognizable names, even at, smaller weights. They're not really there, and then it's just some fights that are unrealistic. I just don't see how you can have a fight between her and, let's just say, someone such as Jessica McCaskill or, even Chantel Cameron. I don't know if they'd be willing to go up to 154 to fight her. So, yeah, it might just be a situation where it's just time for her to attempt to grab another undisputed in another weight class.
Well, if that's the journey that needs to be taken, because that's the only logical one, hearing you put it down, which I can see that path. Shoot, I'm all for going for another undisputed. Get the accolades, sister. Get the accolades, cause she doing her thing. She talk her talk. People don't like her, and that's okay. She's the champ. Nobody can deny that. She's undisputed. What, 15 times over now, or is it 16? But she got a lot of being champ, time after time after time. Nobody's beat her. Everything that been in front of her, she's beaten. The one person that did beat her, she came back to the pros and avenged that loss. 2-time gold medalist. She doing her thing. She is doing her thing. And I, for one thing, she's smart enough and disciplined enough not to go into fights just looking for knockouts just because she got a knockout this fight in her first showing in the heavyweight division. She made a good statement. Just like Crawford made a good statement. She made a great statement. Especially for the girl that when she was like, I'm gonna knock her out. I know everybody and they auntie was like, oh, she tripping. She ain't knocked out nobody in how long? She ain't knocking out nobody. I know that's what everybody was saying. And when she went out there and old girl sat down and fell back the first time, I know everybody was like, what just happened? And then the second knockdown and the third all happened in the second round. She cleaned that up real quick. I'm glad to see that she's making her rounds on the platforms that feed to the masses. I'm glad she finally getting her chance to do that. And she also spoke highly on Turkey Al-Sheikh in her interview. She said that these fighters are getting, they getting paid, they getting to have fights. I do understand what Trey's saying, that some of them ain't ready, some of them not. Somebody needs to be there to help protect them and make them see that. But for the all big part of everything it's been a hell of a ride. It's been a good ride. Great ride for Claressa Shields. I can't say enough about it. I'm just so happy for her.
Yeah, I feel okay. Remember, let's say about 2 years ago, it was seemed like it was like some type of camaraderie and union with the women, which was to just bring back the appreciation for women's boxing. I'm talking about from Katie Taylor, Amanda Serrano, Claressa. It was all about women's boxing, appreciation. They were united. It seemed like that didn't definitely just completely unravel to the part. I remember when Claressa, she was at Alicia's fight, supporting her. You look at where they at right now. You see Jessica McCaskill, she dissed all the women. It just seemed like that whole, women's united in boxing, it just definitely unraveled over the last year.
Okay. I can touch on that in this angle. Yeah, it's a sisterhood and everything like that, but we're talking about warriors. And it's not a group thing, it's not a team thing, it's a individual thing. I beat you, you beat me, one of us walks away with the victory. At some point throughout that competition, yeah, that camaraderie it has to go out the window. I'm sure they'll still speak good about each other. This is a great fighter, blah blah this, blah blah that. But when it's time to get in the ring, we all fighting for the same thing: to be the champion, to be the best, to be the name that everybody calls to speak about. We want to be on everybody's tip of the tongue, and we just can't have that. Oh, we friends, yeah, we are friends. But tonight, when the bell ring, I'm beating your ass. Simple and plain. That's just what it is. Lala D has stepped into the building. She says, "MZ." Yeah, I'm saying salute, sis. How you doing? So yeah, I feel what you're saying. It did go out the window, and I wanted to speak on when you said that Claressa was at Alicia Baumgarten's supporting her. I don't know which. I don't know what interview it is.
She had when Alicia had fought in the undercard of Amanda Serrano versus Katie Taylor.
Right, and they were sitting down. They were talking. Where they sat side by side.
Yeah, Claressa went and hugged her in the back of the locker room and all that.
No, I don't think they were at the locker room at this point. They weren't in the locker room on this video. This video they were talking. They were out there, and I can't remember the words verbatim. That's why I was wishing I could remember what video it was. Alicia Baumgarten made a statement, and when she did, you could tell it was a sly understatement that only the person that you mess with, something that you guys must have did, seen, said, or heard, this person would give you this reaction. And Alicia made a statement, and Clarissa looked at her sideways like, I'm going to just say it like I would read it any other time. Bitch, I know you didn't. Type look. But she quickly corrected herself and started smiling, looking back at the camera. So that let me know at that point back then, when I saw that video, I'm like, they really not friends. They just, you know, the sister thing is a big thing. And the girls gonna come together. They human just like men. You know what I'm saying? We'd say men to do certain things, and we give reasons why. Why girls can't be the same way. They diabolical like we are, or we are like they are, depending on how you're looking at the glass. But no, that camaraderie couldn't stay together. You can't be still holding hands, kumbaya, and going out there busting each other up, talking about I'm the best, and I'm gonna whoop any of them that come out here with me. What's up?
So now, I mean, now the fact that those two women, they'll never fight each other. I mean, you know, Clarissa and Alicia. Don't you think like it probably went a little too far as like the personal insults that's, you know, being exchanged and stuff between two of them, knowing that they never going to fight each other?
Well, one, like I said, you got to look at it like you look at the guys. The guys throw insults and stuff and say things to hurt each other. Why girls, what make girls any different? They really going at each other because they really probably, in my opinion, feel like this broad was phony, fake. She really wasn't my friend in the get-go. She's just, you know, I don't know which one of them thinking like that. They both could be thinking like that. But from what I'm gathering and the way they attacked each other and went at each other, this is the feeling in between. You know, these two young ladies have publicly shown that they don't like each other. And I've noticed that Alicia kind of goes at Clarissa a little more than Clarissa goes at her, which shows me, yeah, it's some feelings in that. Lala D said, I kind of blame Alicia for that falling out. Why are you calling out to go to 30 pounds higher? Yeah, things like that. You know, you gonna call her out, and then you're gonna ask her, you're gonna tell her that she should come down the way you are. So you want her to drain herself and come all the way down. No, you should be making an effort to meet her somewhere in the middle. She agreed to do that. But I don't think Alicia really want that smoke. Lala D said, well, when Alicia called her out at first, I was happy because Clarissa was calling out men. I could feel you on that. And seeing Clarissa speak on the fact that, you know, she still spars with men, and she took it like a champ. When questioned about, you know, she was like, yeah, I done been dropped. I got up and I'm still going at it. I done got hit so hard in the jaw by a man where I couldn't chew for 3 days. So I respect her on the fact for getting in the ring and sparring with men. Alicia, I always just figured, I'm like, come on, baby, you just too little. This ain't, you know, that's not the right fight for you. But Clarissa calling out the men, you know, I can't say nothing about her confidence. You know, she's confident, you know, and every time somebody asks, you really think you could fight a man? She specifically say it's a few that I wouldn't mind trying to punch in the mouth. And Keith Thurman is always on the top of her list.
Everybody feel they could whip Keith Thurman.
That boy Eric Carr say, I ain't used to women pump faking. Yeah. She knew she had screamed up that ladder to the point that it wasn't nothing gonna come out of it. She knew nothing was gonna come out of it. At least she's just too little. And then right now, to me, her image is tainted because of the PED situation. But it is what it is. What else we got cooking over there, Hype? I know I stole a lot of the show because I started talking about Clarissa and her just doing her thing, and it really do cross my mind. What girl out there gonna beat her?
Oh yeah, I never even got to basically explain, but yeah. So when those ticket prices came out for that Crawford versus Madrimal fight, they were, in a public opinion, they were priced overly high, and that's what that's another reason I believe Turkey, you know, he's not okay with just losing money and throwing away money, which is the notion that most people have, like, oh, they don't care about making a profit. Nah, they definitely don't want to just keep on losing money either. So I know earlier you said that wasn't a super card, but that's as super as it's going to get. And now you see, even though these other cards are good, they're not on that level, and it's going to be that way until something changes. They're not just going to keep losing money like that.
Yeah, I get you. You know, businessmen are not in the business to not make a profit. It's always a profit that must be made. Going back to what I don't know what to call DeCane tonight. He got so many names. But going back to what he said, the money is on the table, and it's actually pointing out duckers. And you know, it is well with also the opinion and the knowledge that Trey X gave was about, you know, being smart enough to know some fighters aren't ready. You know, all money ain't good money. For those that claim that they are whatever they are, and the money is set up to fight a fighter that you claim you can deal with, and it don't happen, who do you blame that on? They can't blame it. At this point in the game, we have to look at it and be like, you know what? Nobody can blame anybody for not getting into a fight or for not making the fight but themselves. If a fighter say, oh, no, I didn't take that fight, or another fighter come out and say, oh, I signed and they ain't signed, then what is that saying about them? You know, I see we gave Lomachenko the greatest slide ever because that man said he just wanted to chill for the rest of the year and he'll come back a year later. We gave him the greatest chill ever when we all thought he was getting ready to fight Tank. I don't recall him getting roasted severely at all. But maybe that's just me.
Well, it's just like the Earl Spence and Keith Thurman thing. You know, it was a time when Earl had wanted that fight forever and he didn't get it. So now when Keith starts to, you know, finally say, let's fight, nobody came down hard on Earl because they know what time it is. It's the same thing with Brother Abdul and Lomachenko.
So if it's the same thing with them, what time is it?
Oh, it's just that, you know, Brother Abdul, he missed his chance. You know, when Lomachenko wanted to lock up, he should have locked up, but he was scared. So, you know, you missed your chance.
Now I hear scared. I hear that his trainer, his at the time, Mayweather said he wasn't ready, which still goes date back to the words being said. All money ain't good money, and you know it's nothing wrong with if you're not ready. You being of all people, not anybody else, you being wise enough and alert enough to recognize that and say, no, this is not time. It's not time for me to take this battle. I'll come back around when I'm a little tighter.
How is a champion not ready?
What makes a champion? A champion is not just, oh, I just go into stuff headlong. And the champion, you know when you're ready. You can't just jump out. You know, champions ain't just jumping in the street just all of a sudden. They calculate with their moves, I believe.
It just sounds like he didn't need to be no champion, and if he wasn't ready.
You just know when you're ready. You just know when you're ready. If he felt like he wasn't ready to face Lomachenko at the time that the world thought he was ready, who's wrong at this point right now in his career? Not him.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we heard Leonard so many times tell us, you know, Gervonta Davis is the best fighter in the world, baby. So I'm just saying, you know, they statements is confusing us.
Okay. Before I get to Leonard, Lala D said he got roasted, but not as badly as he should have. I see what you mean. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Now, to Leonard Ellaby, that man just, in my opinion, out of all people in boxing, Leonard Ellaby does his job so well that people, they get mad at him for a little while, but they don't really stay on him. There's really nothing that they can complain about because all he does is hype up the fighter that he's paid to hype up. and make whatever move that he's required to make for that fighter. I think Leonard Ellerbe has done a fantastic job at what he does. So yeah, it's his job to say Tank is the best fighter and all that kind of stuff. But I think we'd be kind of far-fetched to find him saying that at the time when they thought that Tank wasn't ready. I don't think he was airing it at that time.
Okay, yeah, that's my fault then. I thought a 23-year-old was, ready. A 23-year-old that's saying he a champion. I just thought they was ready. I guess, they fooled me. My bad.
Okay, I feel you. And then Lala D said, when you fall out with your boss and your own boss clowns you for not taking the Loma fight, it's not a good look. I can feel that. And to go with the 23-year-old.
Hey, everybody remember that when Floyd was mad at that nigga, so he threatened that nigga with that Loma fight. And that nigga was mad.
Yeah. Now, how I'm gonna answer this? I think it's a good answer. It bounces to your question, Hyphy. You say, how 23-year-old not ready? Well, to be honest, there are a lot of 23-year-olds that aren't ready. And Tank did show us signs of not being ready after that when he started getting in trouble and had the domestic violence situations and the little things, the little nuances outside the ring of being, what's the word that I'm looking for? Oh my gosh, immature. His immaturity was still there and weighing heavy on him. And he showed because, he was acting out and doing dumb stuff. Everybody don't grow up at the same speed, same time, same age. Everybody matures at a different rate. For his sake,
he was ready. He was 23. Devin Haney was ready when he was 23.
Different situation, different personality, different person.
So you saying Haney is better than Brother Abdul?
No, I'm just saying that people mature at a different rate. People mature at a different rate.
Brother Devin Haney, he at least he got in the ring with Lomachenko. Abdul, he didn't even get in the ring with him.
And as far as that go, you can't argue. It is history. You can't argue the fact that a time came and they turned the fight down. Bob Arum is recorded on video saying that they turned the fight down. It is what it is. But excuse me. I can't argue with it. I can make no argument for it because it happened. All I can say is what was said about the situation, and that was he was not ready. I can't hold that against him for not being ready. You can't hold that against any athlete for not being ready. What you can hold against them is them knowing that they're not ready, and then they're taking their ass out there and getting mollywopped, especially if you put some money on it. But I think it's noble and stand-up-ish for a person to recognize when they're not ready. You're not ready. You're just not ready, and there's no shame in that. Well, like he said, MZ, Hyphy ain't trying to hear all that. Tank did clearly dug Loma, though. You're right. If that's what it's going to come down to, he didn't take the fight because he wasn't ready. If that's ducking, then yeah, that's what happened.
Hey, Lala. Slaves Iglesias, he the best fighter between 168 and 175.
Wait, you think that well, they both better be finna leave for real though. But you think that he'll take what he got at 168, the power and everything could transfer at 175? You don't think you don't think he'll have the issue that Benavidez ran into? Maria?
Nah, he better than Benavidez. Slaves Iglesias is a real generational talent. You know what I'm saying? Slaves Iglesias, that boy cold. Hey, he a better southpaw than Shakur Stevenson.
Wow. All I can say is wow. you say at 168. I was not really arguing with you or trying to give you, but you just jumped him up to another weight class. Just bam, just like that. He gonna whoop everybody at 175 too.
You know,
Lala D said Benavidez and Morel couldn't do it at 175. So, you know, she kind of, I hope she's looking at it like I'm looking at it saying, you know, you got to get up there and see what you can really do. You know, you're going to still have the same effect at 175. Because honestly, in my opinion, I'm thinking Morel and Benavidez both should go back to 68. But that's just how I'm thinking. I think they'll make better classic fights.
Generational talent. That's the generational talent right there. Slaves.
Who you gonna put him up against first at 175? Who would you say? Yeah, we going to get this dude. Who would be the target? I'm asking you, Hype. Oh no, he just died on me. Just went out of there. I'm sure he'll be back before it's all over with. Anyway, Lala, they couldn't do it at 175. I think they'll look better at 168. I'm thinking they should go back down, and then 168 would be like super hot, super hot. Lala D said Canelo got his ass beat at 175 too. Yeah, he beat Kovalev, but Kovalev damn near admitted to diving. We did speak on that. Kovalev had just got out that hard fight with Anthony Yard too. Remember, he went with a hard fight with that youngster. That youngster just, I think that youngster lost pretty much because he was just dog tired. He just didn't have no more in his tank. He might have been able to pull off a win over Kovalev. But you're right, Bivol sent his ass packing. And when you ask about Bivol, you don't even want to hear about Bivol really. You don't want to hear about him at 75 or 68. What's up, Hyphy? You back?
Yeah, I want to ask you. So, you know, it's being heavily rumored. Matter of fact, it's even a flyer out that says, you know, Shakur Stevenson versus Joe Cordina is happening on that undercard.
A Bivol and a Beterbiev.
Yeah, so now just, you know, looking at what's going on, like that fight, do you think that he made a bad decision by not staying with Top Rank? And do you feel like, you know what I'm saying, him just deciding to go his route, do you feel like somehow, some way this is going to work out better for him?
Well, at this moment, he's in a situation he got to pretty much take this fight. And the sour patch about it is, didn't Cordina just come off of a knockout?
A knockout loss at a lower weight division.
Okay, so at least I would have suggested or looked for an opponent that it just came off of a win for sure. You know, don't fight, don't get the dude that just got, you know, a decision loss. Maybe, you know, maybe we can, you know, that's easy to swallow. But a dude that got knocked out, you know, you don't really know how he's gonna react when he come back. You don't know if he's gonna be coming back to fight or you don't know what's the deal with him. So I wouldn't say Cordina was the best pick for him to have a fight. I guess that's the best name that they could find, but off of a knockout loss, I don't really ride with that too hard at all. You know, if you're really trying to make your name hot, and especially with the turmoil that he got swirling around him, you know, you look at the ones that claim to be the best that ever did it, they don't really take those dudes that just got knocked out or anything like that. And Lala D said, in my opinion, Tank looked bad not taking Shakur after Loma quit. It's so much going on with Tank and Shakur after they Loma bit. I don't know what to think with that, sis. You know what I'm saying? I done got so many conflicting reports literally coming from the camps themselves. You know, Tank's coach, not Cal. Well, Calvin Ford has made some statements that seem kind of damning against Shakur, and the other coach, I can't think of his name right now. And then, you know, Shakur is coming back. What's that, Hyphy? And then Shakur's coming back, and you know, he's making the argument about what's not happening or anything like that. The argument seems kind of a little unbalanced to me because, you know, I'm not hearing Tank say anything, but I'm hearing his coaches say, speak on it. And I'm not sure how much of the business they're involved in when it comes to making the fights or anything. So I don't know if I can really be trusting on what they're saying. I don't know how much involvement Shakur has in it when it comes down to it. I don't know how to ride and what he's saying. So, he say, and MZ, get this. Not only did Loma quit, but Pitbull lost, and they still didn't take Shakur. You're right. You're right. All these things are lined up. But did they not take Shakur, or did he say they didn't offer him enough money? You know, I don't know what's the underlying thing on it, because they, you know, his coaches are blaming him, and he's blaming them. He's saying they capping. You know, they full of cap. And so I don't know which way. I don't know how to look at this. I don't know really how to look at it. Pitbull did remove. Oh, he could fight the dude to beat Pitbull. El Rayo, he could fight El Rayo. Oh, not Pitbull at 140. Tank at ain't at 140. So I guess De Los Santos is what the best look, if not fighting Shakur, because, you know, Shakur fought De Los Santos. People weren't satisfied or happy. Tank's fight De Los Santos, guaranteed. If he's not, I'm not saying guaranteed he's gonna stop De Los Santos, but it's a possibility, strong one, that if he stops De Los Santos, you're not gonna be able to stop the Tank fans for saying that because they fought the same opponent and Tank stopped him and Shakur didn't, because Shakur just, you know, made it a boring fight and he just boxed and won like that. Yeah, it's gonna be hell and high water. The Tank fans are gonna be out of control.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with the De Los Santos fight.
Okay, yeah, I think it'd be that's a good fight. Lala said, yeah, I wanted Shakur versus Rayo. Then I remember Rayo was at 140. Yeah, it kind of threw me off because you look at I was looking at Pitbull stature, and I had, you know, looked at him for so long that I just automatically assumed that he was still at 135. It didn't really even cross my mind when he knocked out Rolly that was at 140. It didn't, you know, I didn't even give it any thought. It was later that I realized that Pitbull moved up to 140. So yeah, I got you with that. So some fights that, you know, we can't really holler on too much. But still, I don't know what's going on with them. I was really hoping and thought, you know, in the back of my mind that the Shakur Tank fight was like a deadlock. It was in there since everything had happened. I thought that was going to be the announcement. But, you know, if it ended up being De Los Santos, so be it, because we know Shakur is fighting Cordina on the undercard of Better Be a Bivol. I am so excited about that fight.
Yeah, Shakur, it just sounded like he wanted a real easy fight.
Well, man, I don't know. It's so many factors and things, so many conclusions and hypotheses can be drawn out of this. That it's so many ways to go out. Y'all just get in the ring. You know, come to whatever terms you need, but you know, you can't tell a person how to negotiate what they want, what they need to want. Lala D said Shakur wanted an easy fight. He called out everyone.
Except for the person that called him out, and he didn't say yeah.
And that person would be dun, dun, dun.
Andy Cruz.
I'm gonna let that one just float in the air for a couple of seconds, see if Lala might have an answer for that one.
Yeah, I already got the response loaded for what she gonna say. I already know what she about to come with.
But for the most part, in the part that she says Shakur wanted an easy fight, he called out everyone. Yeah, remember he did put out the list of everybody that turned down the fight, from the boy in Australia, what's his name?
Cambosos.
Pitbull. Who else turned down the fight?
Yeah, Pitbull.
It was more than that. Cambosis people. It was another name that kind of had a little prominence to it.
Think of a fight also.
Who?
Loma.
Loma turned down the fight.
But Andy Cruz wasn't on that list.
Oh shoot! She said I didn't hear Andy call out Shakur. Send me the link, please.
He called out Shakur as soon as.
Hold on, wait a minute. I'm finna put this.
See, MZ already know.
No, I Lala D asked. I'm finna put it in the chat right now. Strictly for her.
Yeah. No. She not talking about like send her a link like to hop on.
Oh, okay.
I'm about like the link to like when the call out happened. It was his post fight in the ring, post fight interview after he won his last fight against Moran. He called out Shakur, and he looked right at Shakur, pointing him out because Shakur was ringside.
She said, "Let her check it out." She going to the tablet or the computer or the smartphone. She about to call you on this receipt that you laid out on the table.
Yeah. I mean, she wasn't gonna ask for no link to hop on the panel. It don't matter. She could be in the chat on the panel. She gonna get her ass cooked the same way. It don't matter. I know what I'm talking about.
Whew.
Yeah. I know about the Cuban fighters.
I'm just saying, I thought I was like, oh shoot, Lala finna come in here and check some. Hold up. My boy Hyphy saved me. No, that's not what's happening right here. She talking about a link to where it's at.
Yeah, but I'm like, so do you think if he would have stayed to work with Top Rank, you think they would have found him a better opponent?
You know what? It's hard to say that because they hadn't been finding the opponents really up until that point. So him making the move, you have to say, in order to find out if something's going to work for you, you have to go and try it out. He wouldn't have been able to try it out with Top Rank. It's no telling what they would have been able to get him with Top Rank. It's not like he left a situation because he over there with Eddie Hearn right now, right?
Yeah, this fight will be. I mean, it's no guarantee that he signed like a multi-fight deal.
More fights than one.
Fight. Yeah.
Okay, so if he made a single deal, he's just making a run for something. Who knows? But shoot, at this point right now, fights not coming forthwith. You gotta take what you get, I guess, at the moment, in order to get back into people's faces. And if this is an opportunity that you can really shine, then by all means, take that opportunity and do that. Because, if you could possibly stop somebody, that helps make public forget a lot of things. I can't say how many people will say, hey, he came off of a knockout. A lot of people might not think about that.
To me, it's just like a setup for disaster because if Joe Cordina go out there, even if he just clearly dominate him, but he don't score a knockout, it's just already going to set up for people to say that dude just came off a knockout at 130 and he moved up to 135 and you couldn't even knock him out. It's just going to further play into that notion. He don't got no power and he boring.
Well, at this moment, that's what we're fighting for. That's what we're fighting to not have cloaked up on this man. And if it is cloaked up on him, he's gonna have to just overcome that noise. He might end up being put in a situation where you're a star that doesn't get to shine as bright because the fans don't view you in a certain way. But at no point should he let that stop his move to move forward, because if he go forward and become a champion, he can force the fans to have to, take his fight. He can force the fact to have them watch just to hope somebody can beat him so they can talk noise to him. He's still standing in a good spot, in my opinion. You look at it, history got all kind of angles where you can get good stories for. And if you really look for everybody a good story, you can make boxing so freaking exciting. So yeah, I look at it like that. I say that he can go out there and box Cordina ears off. He can go out there and box the hell out of him. I see what you mean. If he don't stop him, if he can't stop him, if the knockout doesn't appear and he can't force one, people will say, oh, he couldn't stop the dude that came up and had just got knocked out. But that's what he's fighting against. That's exactly what he's fighting against. Now, Lala D said Cruz is very good, but he's not Shakur.
Yeah, neither is Joe Cordina, but Joe Cordina got the fight for whatever reason. I gotta. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say that I lost my thought.
I got a question for you because used to be what it say you was a high athlete at the higher level than most. Anything about meniscus tears?
No, I've never been injured like that.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I know it's not too it's not as common with basketball players, but like I said, you did compete at a higher level than most. So this injury usually like at high profile active athletes usually need at least a year to recover. But Artur Beterbiev, he just had a meniscus tear earlier this year. It's been like not even 6 months, and he's scheduled to fight. Yeah, so I just want to know what you think about this, him being scheduled to fight with such a severe injury.
Well, I have to look at it and say sports medicine is leaps and bounds. They got that stuff where they can put on your body and use wavelengths and vibrations to help muscles and things like that, tissue form faster and repair quicker. And we don't know really what's at these athletes at these high levels have offered to them or have at their disposal to use until you actually see them doing it. I don't know. If he's good to go and he's ready to fight, then amazing, great for him. Oh, were you thinking that maybe he might have been not really hurt like that? Is that what you're trying to say? He's scared of Bivol?
No. I actually do. I feel like the injury is legit. It's just it could be some very poor managing of the injury if you would clear him to come back for such a fight. It also runs across my mind, is he even going to go along with the fight on that date, or is he going to pull out again? Those two things run across my mind.
Well, if people are thinking like, if the people that are ahead have that thought like you do, maybe they have a quick replacement sitting ready to go. So maybe they're going to go ahead and continue to sell the fight as is, like it's going to be, and at the last minute, if a change is going to be made, because this is the zone, they known for that. They might wait to the last minute and put the old switch in and be like, oh, he pulled out, so this is what we're going to do. This fight going to still go on before just going to fight somebody else.
I think that's too risky because this fight was already canceled once. And in addition, Beterbiev is very, very injury prone. So it's a high risk that his fights will be canceled and or delayed. So to have this fight canceled twice, I think, that's, you pretty much putting a fork in it if it's canceled twice. So for, the organizers to even take a risk on such a severe injury, I think that was very risky.
It could be, but sometimes, what we say, no risk, no reward. If he's any of the warrior that I kind of think he is, if there's any possibility that he can fight, he's going to fight. I believe that. Certain fighters I look at and I'm like, if like Bivol, better be, who else would I be like? That dude to go out there and fight. Chisora, he'll go out there and fight. Might not win, but he'll go out there. You just gotta say if I feel like if there's any chance that he can fight, he'll be fighting. Cruz,
Hey,
go ahead.
no, I don't want to, like get off track too much, but I just been wanting to ask you this question too. So I know you're a basketball background and stuff. You familiar with this kid, Victor Wembanyama, that played for the San Antonio Spurs?
Yama?
Victor Wembanyama.
He's a new rookie. Well, he was a rookie. I probably been a rookie last year or the year before that.
Yeah,
right?
you ever seen any highlights or anything from him?
No, I have not seen any highlights from him because I just don't watch basketball no more or football. I know I said I would start, but it just hasn't happened. I do hear the people in San Antonio talk about him, and they're saying that he's doing good, and they think he's going to be a good addition to the team. He's making noise. That's the best I got about him.
Nah, yeah, that's fine. And I would just hope, one day when that it's like you just chilling and making music in between something, you could just watch some of his highlights. Bro, that shit gonna make you start watching basketball again.
I'll go check him out. I will. Moody Trayweather said Wembanyama is cold as hell. Oh wow.
MZ, this nigga like 7'4". He only 20 years old. But look, he's 7'4", and you could put him to run your point guard position, and y'all not gonna lose a step.
Is he real thin?
Yeah, because he's only 20 years old. So yeah, he's real thin, but like he could like really run point guard for a team. Like he could bring the ball up court consistently without needing no breaks, no nothing.
Okay.
And like I'm not saying he Curry, but he could shoot that bitch from deep accurately.
What's the defense like?
Well, he is basically they would say he's probably like, you could arguably say he's defensive player of the year.
Really?
Yeah. He's like been first team all defense. Well, he would have been if it wasn't this dude named Rudy Gobert. He's a center, so he usually win that award. But he's won it like 4 times. Yeah. See, behind him, you would likely say he's the best defensive player in the league behind him.
Wow. Moody Trayweather says he plays post, shoots the 3. His IQ is high. Okay. So I'm gaining all my information from y'all, honestly. So what's his lateral movement like?
That's the thing. He got it.
So he got footwork. He could play the post.
He could put the ball.
How tall is he?
7'4".
Wow, 7'4". That's the range up there with Sean Bradley now.
He's he's from France. That's where he originates from. But he a brother from France.
Okay. Rod X in the house. What's up, my people? Originated from France. Wow. I mean, he's from France. 7'4", got a jumper, can handle, plays defense. What's the toughness like?
I mean, so far he check out like what I'm saying, like when it's time to like get in the crunch time, his mentality, his temperament, like he check out, he check the boxes. If it's one of them scenarios where he just going one-on-one with a player, that nigga do not background. He don't back down. He gonna pump his chest and all that, and what I'm saying, like after he dunk, make whatever, get a block, like he got the temperament. Okay. But he could put the ball on the right. He could literally put the ball on the floor and drive to the hoop. He could pull up from like 26 feet on a regular and be accurate.
Wow.
This nigga, like, basically, to me, it's almost like you're looking at a Kevin Durant on steroids.
That's a high compliment. Lala D say 7'4". Is he Watusi tribe? Man, wow. That sounds like a hell of a basketball player.
Yeah.
7'4" with handles. A jump.
I'm just like
What do he
bringing
look
it up.
like when he's back to the goal? I know you say he plays post, but there's playing post and there's playing post. Moody Trayweather said, dude is like a created player. Now, that says a heck of a lot. That says a hell of a lot.
Yeah, like the stuff that Kevin Durant don't do. Like you never say Kevin Durant got like elite defense or ball handling. Like he got the shit that Durant don't got. And he getting like blocks. He like one of the, you know what I'm saying, he gets some of the most blocks per game, highest in that. He always grabbing you at least 10 rebounds. So I know you don't like no soft big man. He gonna grab you at least 10.
Wow, that's saying a lot. If he can guarantee his team 10 rebounds, and from what you guys are saying, I'm pretty sure a couple of jump shots, and he got 10 points. So if he can give you a double with 3 blocks, and he got you when he plays in the paint, does he deter a lot of driving? Does he force people to shoot up crazy layups or just not come to the basket?
Yeah, he just more so he just like force you to not come to the basket because like I said, he lead the league. Like he one of the leaders in blocks per game also. So yeah, he'll definitely spot your shit. And you know, even if he don't, he definitely grabbing that rebound. So like he'll grab the rebound and he'll just like go on a fast break, and like I said, he dangerous from anywhere in that half court.
That's that sounds like something. I'm gonna have to go check him out. Now it makes me interested to see what kind of team has the Spurs placed around him.
Well, that's the thing, you know, they wasn't even good enough to make the playoffs, like not even close. But it's more so like if I had to tell somebody, hey, I want you to start watching basketball, like especially somebody who used to watch it. If I show you him, like you'll say, I'm gonna start watching basketball again just because of this nigga.
I'm gonna check him out, and I'm gonna go on and say this. Moody Trayweather said his reach alone makes his defense crazy. That was gonna be another one of my questions, what his wingspan was like. But I guess the thing that I would have to look at and say about him is most is if he can keep a temperament of doing what he needs to do, and he play into the game plan and the long term of what the Spurs may be looking at. If he can ride that wave and allow them to build him a team like they did for David Robinson and Tim Duncan, then he can stand to really do something. But he has to be patient because the Spurs, if they have anything, it's a track record to prove that they can put a team together and go on runs. So let's see how that break down for him.
Yeah, the only thing that scared me, one, I would say, I don't know if San Antonio could put like a team around him in time, like to make him stay there, you know, when it's time to, you know, get a contract. So that's one thing I worry about. But, you know, with a player like this frame that I'm telling you about, and like, as much as he move and stuff, I do worry, like, is he going to have some type of lower body foot injury or something that'll really hinder his career? You always got to worry about that.
Right. And let me go ahead and say, what I just said about him being able to stick with the Spurs, remember, I'm going off of old knowledge of what the old team was. I really don't know what they've been doing pretty much lately, at least the last 6 or 7 seasons. So what I'm speaking on is what I know from them for what they used to do. I don't know if they still even trying to make moves like that and keep teams together. Moody Trayweather said, I'm a Mavs fan, but I know we're going to have a good run with San Antonio. We're going to have some good runs with the Mavericks. Dallas Mavericks and the Spurs used to always have some great runs. I remember when Mark Aguirre used to play for the Mavericks. Then he went over to Detroit. But yeah, he was the man with Dallas for a little while. There used to be some good games.
Yeah, this dude though, like sometimes at night I just watch his highlights, like the same highlight videos and stuff. I just be watching them. This nigga cold, MZ.
Man, you got me like about to pull it up on the other screen here and see what you're talking about. But I am gonna look him up because I'll check it out. I'll check it out and see what's going on. I did, like I said, I've been checking out. LeBron and them did their thing in the Olympics. I got to give him his props, regardless of what anybody might say. This dude stayed on the basketball team in the professional league long enough for his son to grow up, go to college, and then get on a team with him. That is, man, that's history right there. That's crazy.
Yeah, that LeBron, I like LeBron. Just even like the athlete, the player, and the person. Like a lot of people be, hating on him and stuff. I like LeBron.
We look at some lies that really unfurl in front of us by entertainment or sports or whatever. And some of these athletes have some real great American dream stories. They have some hell of a American dream stories. Whether you like the athlete or not. But I like LeBron. I don't go into the argument about who's better, him or Jordan. I just leave those two arrows at where they are and keep it moving.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, it's 99% of the time when you speak to somebody, if they got anything negative to say about them, it's that comparison is going to come up. And to me, that's, pretty unfortunate. It's like you got to compare them to somebody else, and that's your basis for not liking somebody.
Well, I think he's a pretty smart guy. And I would say, if anything, if the argument is, if I'm better than what everybody considers the GOAT, except for a certain part of the generation, then that's a great conversation for y'all to have about me. Regardless of how you're looking at me in a conversation, you talking about me amongst the name that, dare I say, kind of transcended basketball a little bit. Changed the game, had a team talking about the Jordan rules, all kind of stuff. The Mike and Mike campaign. I want to be like Mike and the other Mike and the other Mike. Remember? Or do you remember back that far when Michael Jackson and Michael Jordan was doing the Pepsi stuff together?
Yeah. Your choice of Mikes. Tyson, you got Jordan, yeah, and then Jackson, yeah. So it's like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? When you say that, it's like, which one you talking about?
Yeah, that was a hell of a time back then. That was a hell of a time, Hyphy. I was cutting up back in 84, 85, 86. I was cutting up. I was really being me. But, I won't bring that up. I'm going to just say that was some nice times. I saw Michael Jackson in concert in Atlanta. I think it's the Forum. No, not the Forum. The Omnia. Best concert I ever seen in my life.
Oh, yeah. See, that's what's up.
Best concert I ever seen in my life. And he was actually singing. And he sounded like his music. That's what made it such a great concert. He performed. They did magic. They changed on the stage and you didn't see it. He had his people get around him. They were doing the dances like the videos. You know what I'm saying? They were practically doing the videos live. And every once in a while, he'd do something different. Old school songs. He started off with the old school songs and then started beating us up with Billie Jean, Beat It, Thriller. Oh, man, it was such a great concert. A great concert. That was one of those spots where you actually look around and you see grown men and grown women screaming Mike at the top of their lungs like children. Weed, the smell of weed was in the air. Nobody was tripping. The bright lights came on and the show started. And as you looked around, you could see, as I looked around, I could see people were captivated. They were captivated. This dude had that audience on stuck until he was done. Loudest concert I've ever been to in my life.
And it sounded like he gave y'all like some time. It wasn't just like a little quick ass 20
Oh
minutes.
no, it wasn't no bullshit cons. When we stepped up out of there, I felt like I had been performed to. All the favorite songs that you go into a concert hoping that they perform, they were performed. This dude gave us a show, a full show. I think he had one break that lasted like maybe 3 or 4 minutes, and during that break, it really was like a break in the music where you could tell they was doing something else. It really wasn't a break. He was changing clothes and getting into the next set. He gave us a show, Hyphy. He gave us a beautiful show. It was fantastic. I'll never forget it. God say the same. I'll never forget it as long as my mind stays working. It's one of my fondest memories ever, to be able to go see Michael Jackson do music. That's one of my fondest memories ever.
And see, that's what I've been thinking about over the last week. Like, I better really lock in and like watch like every game of like LeBron and Curry from now, because LeBron, any season could be his last, and then of course Curry is gonna be behind him. So I'm like, yeah, nigga, you better start enjoying these these upcoming moments.
Right, because you never know, if you're gonna get that same kind of layout again. You don't know when that type of stuff will come rolling back again. Now you'll be looking for who's actually. Let me ask you, at this moment in time, who is poised to be the next face of the NBA?
All right. I feel like they wanted it to be that dude you heard about him, Zion.
But he couldn't work his weight and stuff right, from what I understand.
Yeah, but even like outside his weight, like, to me, it's just like other people that's like better than him. So I can't like ever see him being the best player in the league, or even like arguing for that point. This kid Wembanyama, I could definitely see him being the best player in the league. And like I said, he only 20. So if I was like moving forward, I would say him. There's this one kid that a lot of people like he's a shooting guard named Anthony Edwards.
Mm-hmm.
For whatever reason, like people, they like just comparing him to Jordan. They say like he kind of resemble him in a way, but it's more so his temperament.
Okay. Now
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to throw in there, because I see Moody Trayweather say people talking about Edwards, but like you said, at this moment you don't know when LeBron gonna pull the trigger and say, okay, that's it, I'm out. That's a hole to fill. That is really a hole to fill in, and I'm seeing you saying people talking Edwards. Is Edwards or any of these guys you're naming? Do you actually see that star power in them? Do they have the attitude? Do they have the charisma? Do they have the personality? Will they say the right things at the right moments when certain situations come up for the NBA? Can you look at them and kind of assess that? Because, taking the face of the NBA or to me, any organization like that, that's a big weight that you have to carry. It's a lot that you got to think about, because I think about when Michael Jordan was shying away from certain issues was something that people got mad at him about because he didn't speak on them. Honestly, when Magic Johnson and Larry Bird were running things, it wasn't too many political things that they jumped out and spoke on. You got to know when to keep your lips closed and kind of toe the line when you're in a situation like this here. So do you think these guys are set and ready, not just basketball wise, but able to carry the load of what's going to come with being the face of the NBA?
All right, in that specific instance, I don't trust Anthony Edwards. I'll tell you that right now. Now the question is Victor Wembanyama, and I'm gonna add another name. This one point guard for OKC, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who a lot of people like. I could see him being that guy, but my only question is, because these guys are not they're not Black Americans, will people be as accepting to them being that they're not from America? Even though they are Black, they're just not from America.
What I can kind of say about basketball has kind of righted its wrong when it comes to if it's a black face or a white face, because Larry Bird, like I said, Larry Bird was the face of the NBA at one point. He even shared it with Magic Johnson. I don't really think that people are going to too much care of the skin tone of the star that takes his place, as long as that star can shine bright enough to hold interest and keep things going. Because the face of the NBA, that's something that they have to do. They have to shine bright at certain times to keep certain interests going. And they game gonna have to do that. They're gonna have to, like I said, they're gonna have to just be on point with a lot of things when it comes down to it. So yeah, they're gonna. It's a long road. It's a hard road being the face of anything. Like I said, it's a tough thing. To me, that's a tough weight to carry. Moody Trayweather say I totally agree. But listening to you guys tell me about Yambiani or Yambi, I know I'm just destroying the man's name. I'm gonna peek him out and see if he can gain my interest to come back to watching basketball on a more regular time. And if so, we'll start adding basketball to the conversation. Because Hyphy, I see you like talking about other stuff, so let's start giving people some other things. Oh man, I kept you guys out here pretty long. What's up, Hyphy? What you getting ready to say? I must have been hearing things. But anyway, it's been a great conversation. Damn Devin Haney with the dumb stuff, trying to beat up the merry-go-round, man, or I don't know. It's just some crazy, weird stuff been going on. I'm looking at the situation with the young lady born differently, a different voice of reason came to the show and laid something down to make me take a step back and look at it a lot more realistically than just straightforward. Now we're gonna do this like this if my baby say so. The Canelo situation, him speaking about the 80%, like me and D-Lo, we both agree. He ain't getting no 80% of everything. What businessman is gonna give up everything just to have you there? But at the same time, he does prove in a certain way that he's greedy. And I'm like, how are you letting other boxers eat how you helping them if you're trying to take everything off the table? His weight class argument made no sense because he killed it himself. The weight class don't make a difference for him, but for Terrence Crawford, it does make a difference. I don't see how. Osley Iglesias, killer at 168. He holds a belt, 6'2.5", agile, hostile, brings the fight to you, uses a jab, has hooks, has uppercuts, decent defense. This is one of the players that casual fans need to know his name, as well as Mr. Morrell, David Morrell, emergency fighter, brings the fight to you, punches in bunches, comes forward, hard hitting, goes to the body as well as the head, and we'll get you out of there at 168, a pure beast. At 175, not so much. David Benavidez, also emergency fighter, super fast hands at 168. Shows a will to punish people at 168, brings the fight to you. Just a good 168 pounder. Not the power not carrying over as one would think at 175. I think there's a decision that must be made for those two gentlemen from 175 to 168. If it's too hard to make 168, then okay, I understand. But if you can make yourself be disciplined and it's not as hard as you're making it seem to make 168, go down there and get it cracking. Because right now, 168 look like it's got some action. With all that being said, it is 108, and I appreciate every last one of you coming through and hanging out with me. We didn't talk much about boxing. We just talked about some things that was going in it. And you spent your time with me, and I appreciate that because you could have been anywhere else. So with that, I'm gonna say good night. Hyphy, you got anything else you want to add?
Damn, my bad. You hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. You was closing it down?
Yeah, I'm getting ready to close it down.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, you still got some riding, I'll ride.
Yeah, well, yeah, cause like the last thing I was talking about, you just asking about like the face, but I do understand, and in any type of like field of entertainment, to be the face is like you got to know how to speak in front of that camera for one. I would say somebody like Javante is it's rare that you can have somebody that doesn't really know how to speak in front of the cameras that could be the face of something. I think because I don't consider him the face, but if it wasn't for Canelo, he would be that face. But it's rare to have somebody like that who can't speak in front of the cameras to be the face. But he has gotten better as far as speaking and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But also, the person that's the face, they need to be likable. And that's where I would argue and say someone like, I would even say Earl. Earl is, I would think, in people's opinion, is more likable than Gervonta, because the people who might not know about him getting chased or whatever, all that type of stuff, they'll just look at the appearance and the way that Earl talks, and you would think, hey, this is just like a real humble dude from the country, who just real humble. So I think Earl has that. He just has like a better appearance than Gervonta as well.
I'll come back with this real quick. For Gervonta, like you said, his interviews have gotten a lot better, very much. But he seems to have gotten comfortable with talking in front of the camera. Now they both have star drawing power, or at least up until the point of Earl's last fight. We don't know what kind of power he has to draw right now, but we know as far as Tank, he has youngsters. He has older people. He has athletes and stars clamoring to see him. So him being the face and not being able to talk so well, as you put it, I wouldn't think that would be such a big deal, seeing that so many people say Canelo is the face and you hear how he talks. So I would take that part off the table and say, yeah, Tank could be the face. Is he capable of carrying it? I think he's matured enough that he could. Only time will tell, and we'll have to see how it unfolds. Who's the next face, really, of boxing or the NBA at that?
So it's okay. One thing now, with these athletes, people start doing their research. Gervonta, he got that whole hit and run thing on a pregnant woman. To me, that would automatically disqualify him, because once women start doing their research, that would just automatically disqualify him. Secondly, we could think back to Allen Iverson, the appearance. We know that appearance definitely wasn't wanted in the NBA, and people would say he got blackballed. Gervonta's appearance resembles that. So I'm pretty sure you would agree with me when I would say, let's say if Terrence and Gervonta retired, Terrence would get asked to maybe do like some commentary or appearances and stuff. Gervonta's not going to get those offers because of his appearance.
You think?
Yeah, just too many tattoos.
I think today's society is a lot more accepting about tattoos and everything like that. I really think that wouldn't be an issue as much, because for one, he's in a sport where you would expect that. You see those warriors out there tatted up. That's something that just goes hand in hand with it. By him being a pugilist, I can see him getting a chance to sit down on the side of the ring and call some fights. It would be probably on a trial basis to see how well he does, but I can see him getting the chance to do it.
Yeah, I just think those opportunities would be limited for him, or that's just how I feel.
Do people like to see Tank? Yes. And what do you turn on your TV for? To see stuff, to see people, to see things. And I think, Tank calling the fight, I think it'll work out.
Because I look, for example, okay, now we talking about crossing over, because I would definitely say, as far as like that urban fan base, Javante has it. And I'm not talking about just black, but I mean just the urban fan base. Javante got it. But outside of that, I can't say that his fan base crosses over into other, outside the urban fan base, where it's a lot easier for somebody like Terrence or Earl to cross over because of their appearance and also just how they handle themselves.
Crossover has always been a funny thing when people speak about it, whether it's in music, sports, or but with boxing, it does define a career if you can appeal to all audience. That's what the crossover is. If you can appeal to everybody in some kind of way, whether you make them dislike you to pay to see you lose or whatever, that's the main goal. That's it. Right now, Tank is giving people exactly what they hunger for. He's giving them knockouts. He's giving them that, and they clamor for that. That's what they like to see. Like I said, Earl last outing, he didn't do so well, and people are trying to make arguments that Terrence isn't who he is because he did knock out Madrimal, not taking everything into advantage that he just strictly outboxed the guy that at any other time most people would say, well, go out there and try to maul you and put hands on you real good. He nullified that guy, and people are shunning that victory. Right now, as long as Tank rolls the way he's rolling and he keeps stacking up knockouts, he got the easiest road to ride on right now. Regardless of what we might pull up or anything like that, this era of youngsters that are coming up are so forgiving so fast, girls and boys. So I don't really see too many big bumps ahead of Tank as far as any groups rising up against him saying that he's this or he's that. I just don't see that as a way for any groups to raise up against him like that, because so much stuff came out in that situation. The hit and run situation, like I said, that's a foolish mistake. He made it. I don't know what he had to do as far as retribution to take care of it, but apparently they took care of it. Now, if the women decide to take up hands and get mad at that again at this time and point, it would be kind of pointless.
Yeah, and that's where I'm sticking with on that. I just feel that okay, like the outside the ring stuff, like being the face, I just feel that he'll always be limited to an urban fan base, and his past won't allow him to like really just connect with the women. I think it's just over with that. And thinking like post career also, like how we got Mike Tyson. Look how big and likable he is. But see, that's rare. For all the stuff that Tyson didn't hit, it's rare for somebody like that to be liked.
That's what I'm saying. We're in an era that people are quick to forgive a lot of things, and fast. They forget quickly. And I'm glad you brought up Mike Tyson, because some of the stuff that he has that had pinned against his back, Tank has had pinned against his back. Around the same age and everything.
Man, I just realized Tyson, he violated every line. He's on camera using the FAOT word.
Right.
He said, "Eat your kids," so he's disrespected the kids. Obviously he got the charge, what he went to prison for. Like this dude, he broke every rule and still
told the female reporter that she shouldn't talk unless she want to fornicate with him, because he only talk to women when he want to fornicate.
Like, damn, that nigga broke every rule, and it's like all that stuff just forgot about. And like you said, it's not just like younger ones, it's the people his age and older.
Well, when you look at it, we actually got a chance to not only see Tyson do those things, we as a country saw him go to prison for them. You know, after you've been punished and you went through so much, you know, what else should you do to a person? You can't just keep kicking them while they're down. And I think Mike Tyson is one of those rare instances that it actually broke down that way for him. That don't work out for everybody like that, but you know, he got blessed where the road got paved again for him, where he can roll down it again and get another chance to be something different in the eyes of the public.
Yeah, now that's one part that you can't underestimate, the redemption story. And I think that's probably what helps out Mike a lot. It's just the redemption story, to see, you know, what his past is and then where he is at now. You can't underestimate that.
No, you can't.
Yeah. And maybe Javante, you know, has that he could build off of as well. We seen, okay, you know, he was in Paris helping out the amateurs. We heard about him buying some property out there. You know,
he
stuff
did the
like
kid
that.
the backpacks to school for children.
Yeah.
You know, he's doing things behind the scenes. The problem is when they're doing good things behind the scenes, things that are really helping their community and stuff. The so-called reporters and YouTubers and stuff like that, they're slow to pick that up because things like that aren't interesting. We want to talk about chaos and mayhem and the bull crap that somebody's going through, and you don't highlight the things when they're doing stuff good. And you know, those are things that are doing good. The thing about it is, what I like about when athletes do things and you don't know about it, is because they're not tooting their own horn. They're not out there bragging about, I did this and I did that and I do this. You know, I appreciate the fact that they do it in silence.
Yeah. I definitely agree. You know, the saying is so easy to do bad, but it's hard to do good.
You know, that saying is so true. And it shouldn't be that way. You can go and do some messed up stuff and not even think about it. But you don't even give it a thought to say, you know what, I shouldn't even do that. What's so hard about that? But for some reason, that statement makes a hell of a lot of sense. Hard to do good and easy to do bad.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what? It's different now, because now when you're talking about like being the face and your image and everything, well, you know, of course, in this era, it's the social media, whereas, you know, other eras it wasn't like that. You know, especially when you didn't have internet as accessible as you do.
You
So
didn't
yeah,
have
it's
internet or
definitely gonna
cell
change.
phones. You know, I feel you. I'm sorry to cut you off, but when you said you didn't have internet, I'm like, shoot, I'm in that era where there was no internet and there was no cell phones, and the news that you received was from your local news, unless you was catching the national news that came on TV, and you know that was at certain times of the day and certain times of the night. So anything that you found out, it had to really be something big to get the cameras there. You know, a lot of this stuff that pops off now, nowadays you wouldn't hear about all of it at all. So, oh man, there's so many navigational points that you have to deal with. Uh, People are hankering to be superstars for doing nothing. Everybody wants to be liked and stuff like that. And when it comes down to like trying to keep up on certain things with the internet, you know, you got those that make up stories, those that, you know, when you try to put something out that's really good, it gets glossed over because there's so much nonsense and foolishness for people to turn to.
Yeah, you definitely right. And you know that would be probably why I'm against stuff like TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
You know, one is the older generation, like they don't understand, you know, clickbait and all that stuff.
Right.
So it's like, you know, you just, if you can make something into like a nice presentable video, it's true. And then it's just like how much just like fake news you could put on like, you know, an app like that. And you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I guess the lawmakers look at it and be like, it's so much you can do because it's a slippery slope. You got expression and all these things that are covered under the constitutional law, and they feel like you can't reach out and just start allocating certain laws. Yeah, you can put some rules on, some respect clauses and stuff like that. But I think they look at it like, it's a slippery slope when it comes to trying to police how people react on this so-called World Wide Web, where anybody can pretty much say anything and do anything. If you don't have a place like that, they can create one. So it's so much that goes on with the internet. It's hard to police it. And then you'll have those that will fight to police it. Yeah, I agree with you with the TikTok. I see a lot of foolishness on there and propaganda. But how do you filter out that? How do you tell them, oh, you can't do that? And you turn around and allow other things to happen. I realize, and I don't know how many other people realize, but do you know how much death is streamed across the internet? Actual life-taking, stop breathing, you no longer exist death. And these people aren't doing anything about it. They're letting your children be exposed to it from the youngest to the oldest person on the planet if you got access.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. It's like it's just I don't know. That's just crazy. Just like, you know, and you can't do anything because, like you said, it can all be considered a form of entertainment.
A form of expression. I guess you say going back, to the 80s where internet wasn't an issue or cell phones weren't an issue like that. You could say it was a simpler time. Yeah, there were dangers popping off in different cities, serial killers and all that kind of stuff. But as far as radio and entertainment, things were kind of different, way different. There was a program that, a lot of the woke people say, oh, there's a program because it's TV and they run programs. But, kids went outside and played and did different things. The trouble that you can get into was totally different from the trouble that you get in now. I really do. Of all things that I hate that the 2000s and the 90s have brought into the game is so much extra gunplay. The in realization that there is an outside and things that can be done outside. It's hard to find a skating ring that's open that has things popping off in it. Arcades are a thing of the past because they could play the game at the house all the time. But just little simple things like going skating. I was talking to my children and I asked them, I threw the word sock hop out there. I know it's called different dances, blue ball and stuff like that. But the schools aren't even having the dances and the little socials that they used to have back in the day. I remember going, being in the projects at my auntie's house and being able to go to the office of the projects on the weekends, and they will open up at like 8 in the morning and stay open till like 3. Well, you could go, they give you basketballs and soccer balls and baseballs and stuff like that. You go out there and play, and they would give you breakfast and lunch. But the government took all that away. Kids used to have stuff to do, is what I'm saying, man. We used to can go outside and play, and the school would open up. The literal school that you go to learn your ABCs and all that, they would open up and give hot lunches out and let the kids play. They don't do that no more.
Yeah, exactly. I think my era was probably like when this part ended, like on the weekends on like Sundays, we could go to like certain high schools and you could just like play basketball, like winter stuff.
Yes. I remember, man, we used to have that. We can go to the high school in the wintertime. If you play basketball, at that time my brother was the baller. I used to just go to watch him play. And they would have the gyms open, they can go in there and play. They would have the pools open, because in Gary they like Lou Wallace, Wirt had a swimming pool. We called it the Whale because it was 16 feet deep. And they would open it up and let us go swimming for 50 cents. Kids come in and swim from like 6 to 8 or 6 to 9, because you'd always get home in enough time to get your bath and be ready for school after the weekend. But yeah, they used to do stuff like that. And I actually look at these children today and be like, man, I miss that for them. I actually miss the things that would bring them together and let them have fun. But like I said, the introduction of so many more guns have ruined, in my opinion, the child experience, the teenage experience.
Man, yeah, I seen something that came across my short screen on YouTube, and it was it was a gym, and it was in Chicago, but it was like every damn kid inside that gym. Now these are all like high schoolers, but like everybody out there had a gun on them, and they was like all like the video was about like showing like hey, everybody out here got a gun. People just in there watching them practice. People on the sideline got a gun. The players they all got guns. Like everybody got a gun.
Right. And dude, I fail to understand what the mentality of that is. What does everybody need? Why do you need to just walk around with a gun so much? What is it about the dude across the street that you dislike so much that you just itching as soon as you see him, you got to kill him? I don't get that. I don't get it at all. But that's where we are right now. And the parents that got younger kids, I feel so for them. I feel so nervous for young parents with these young children that's coming up because of the dangers that they have to deal with. Back in my day, you worry about getting jumped on by some people, and that was it. You got beat up. Then it turned to you had to worry about the police whooping your ass and taking you to jail. That was another thing that you had to dodge. Okay, we can dodge that. But now it comes to the time that, it used to be the killers were kind of older. Then they start getting younger and younger. And then the next thing you know, the killers are not even what you consider the age to be a killer. You 10 years old, you run around with a gun, you got 4 or 5 bodies. And with a mind like that, you say, they say that your mind don't stop developing and learning until you a lot older. That mind is soaking up nothing but mayhem and murder. That's all there. That's what's developing in their mind and the way that they think and their thoughts. The games that they play is murder and kill and shoot, fix up cars, go to the club, try to make money, fake money. I see these games and I'm like, wow, this is. They didn't put a certain life in these children's hands, and these children are using this and turning it into reality.
Yeah. And I mean, it just still baffles me, like, just like how I'm just wondering, like, where are y'all getting these guns from? I mean, now I understand like the whole, 3D printing guns and stuff, but it just baffles me. It's like it seems like it's just so damn accessible.
Well, the one thing you can always rest assured about America, guns are going to always be accessible. You can take away their food, but you bet not come after their gun. You on the road?
My bad. I thought I went on mute. I walked past my Ring camera went off. My bad.
Okay, I feel you. No apologies needed.
Yeah, I was listening to you.
Yeah, I was just, you done got me on that on that point where I'm looking at it. I'm like, damn, really. I get what the older people, when I was young, were trying to tell me and say to me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, I one thing they say, when you get older, you get wiser, you start to understand things and you start to understand old sayings. And I get it. I get what the old people are saying or were saying back in the day. I've been getting it. That's why I kind of go out of my way and try to, I really try to reach out reach out to the youngsters and explain, it's a whole nother way to be able to do this. You can accomplish the same things that you're trying to accomplish without going through the murdering and all that, because the dude you murdering is really not in the way, not of your success and what you're trying to get. He is not in the way. He is not really part of the equation at all. The only reason that he's part of the equation is because you're making him so.
Yeah, I agree. Because I mean, it's easier for us to see this now, but if you just think about like a lot of the reasons, like any type of violence, takes place over, a lot of that stuff could have been, I'm gonna say like 95% of them incidents, they definitely could have been squashed and handled with a simple conversation, and it definitely wasn't that serious.
Yeah, I feel you on that, and I guess that comes to the play of words. Like I was saying earlier with the Devin Haney thing, what can a person say to you to make you so mad that you want to kill them? I'm throwing that question out to you, Hyphy. Is there something that somebody can say to you so bad that it make you want to kill them?
Nah, like I mean, yeah, I know, I understand everybody, take words different. I tend to have like a lot thicker skin when it comes to stuff like that, but yeah, I don't, I
give
just
you
don't
give you an easier one then, okay? Because I give you an easier one. What can somebody say that's so bad to make you want to put hands on them?
Okay. See, that's maybe like different because we just talking about just like throwing some fists,
right?
Yeah, nah, see, for me, I was just like really when it come down to like stuff like that, I just gotta assess the situation. If I throw hands with this person right here, is it any laws around that's gonna cause me to go to jail for that? Or if not, then I'm more inclined to do so. But because basically I'm saying, no, you can't say nothing that's worth me being incarcerated over some words.
I've learned from being younger. I've learned, because I used to let words bother me, and I've learned that you could beat a person up, and you could still be a punk ass nigga to them. You could be a punk ass nigga to them, punk ass bitch before you beat them up. After you beat them up, you still a punk ass nigga or a punk ass bitch. You just got me on that day. You just beat me up. So what? You still what I say you are in my mind. You haven't changed anything. And once I realized that, I'm like, you know what? I don't have to waste my time on energy and things like that. Now, I'm not saying that I won't fight. I will fight. I'll tear your ass up if you fucking with me. But you have to cross certain lines for me. You talking is not really doing anything to me. I don't worry about that. If we get into a fight, trust, I have given you every opportunity not to have to face me in that kind of situation. Because then, it's hurt you or you hurt me, and I'm really trying to hurt you. So I just say, there's nothing that somebody can say to me to make me be like, oh man, I gotta kill this dude. Oh man, I gotta beat the brakes off this dude. So the hell what you said what you said. Two things you cannot do. Touch me. Well, that's just one.
Yeah. I mean, like I understand what you're saying, and I guess I'm kind of agreeing because I'm saying, at the end of the day, like if it's not action being taken behind those words, then you can't constrain yourself.
Simple as that. And that's a mental battle. Being able to constrain yourself and control yourself in a very heated moment, in a very heated situation. And I can't say I'm perfect at it. I have slipped plenty of times. And I know so many people that hear us talking about this has slipped too. It's just if you can recognize, because a lot of situations pop up again just differently a little bit, just to retest your resolve to see if you really learned or not. It's how you handle those situations. Sometimes, like I said, even in songs, I got, I say, I try to avoid it as much as I can. But if you keep pushing it, I guess you're making it where I got to do this now.
Yeah, and as you know, when the laws come around, we all, scatter, or
we all trying to get in a different direction.
Yeah, so that's that constraint you're referring to. We all understand and know how to do it. We all got common sense when that time comes, so we do have that ability in us.
Now, if we could just use that in a constructive way, I won't say in a full-fledged all peoples, but at least a good. If we can get 85% of us doing the same thing, how great that could be. I won't be greedy and say 90 or something like that. Give me in the 80s. A high percentage of people that's really trying to get it and get it the right way.
Yeah, I mean, even up there, you have a lot of change, and then, once you get the majority going with it, then that's how you just garner more and more to follow suit. Just stop doing the dumb shit.
The craziest thing to me is how hard it is for people to come together and try to think of situations and answers to problems that humans have as a whole. It's like, dude, can you just sit down and figure out how to fix it for everybody? Fixing it for everybody evenly, where everybody walks away feeling and assured that what they're walking away with is equally as valuable as what the other party is walking away with. Everybody needs to be able to have the same value of everything. And those things right there where people say, well, you got that, but human nature always plays a part. And you can never count out human nature, no matter what it is, where you are, what you're doing. At some point, human nature, if a person can't control it and doesn't have a good grasp on how things are going, or have a picture of the big picture in mind, they'll always screw it up. Always.
Hey, yeah, see, it's funny. So I'll be thinking about something like this. I'll just be observing, animals and stuff. You know how it's like whenever you talk like male, it's only gonna be one male, and he got the whole herd. So it's like even with them, it's like they not about sharing amongst the other males.
Well, with that, because when you really look at the wild kingdom, you find the animals that are really amazing that you say, you know what, they team up together and they stay together. Those are the animals that I like to focus on. There's certain birds, I can't remember the name of the birds, but there's certain birds that when they get together, they stay together. They don't mate with any other bird but the one that they first mated with. Now, those animals like really are the ones that be like, you know what, that's a special animal, because unlike the wolves or the or lions and things like that, who are fighting to assert their dominance in the species all the time, they're always with a different mate. Dogs is a great example. They just hump whoever female is horny. But these animals that I'm speaking about, these birds, I wish I could remember the name of the birds. They'll actually die. They'll actually die knowing one mate.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Damn.
And that's not the only animals like that. You look at whales. Whales are like that. With family. Certain whales, not all whales. Some whales mate differently. Some whales keep the family together. It's crazy what you could find out. I'm just glad you brought it up about the animals. With so many animals that you will find out that are seem to be so family oriented that they family consists of one mother, one father, no matter how many siblings come.
Yeah, see, I could sit back and watch just like animals in live for hours. Like all the videos, I didn't watch so much of that shit, bro. Just learning from them.
Yeah, but shoot, I got a series that you probably want to check out. It's called Life on the Planet, I think, but it's not the one with talking about zebras and all that. This one is like taking a look back to like before dinosaurs, when dinosaurs ruled and all that. They going through that. I kind of find it kind of interesting because my granddaughter loves dinosaurs.
Yeah, I definitely need like a new series to watch because, man, like that's another thing too. I really like these new TV shows. I really find them interesting.
Yes, sis. Lala D came back. She said, "Oh my, OMG, we're still live." Yeah, me and Hyphy ended up chopping it up on some more stuff. So yeah, we still rolling. We still rolling. Conversation took all kind of twists.
Yeah, just that end of the last hour
So,
convo just starts to roam around.
yeah, but that series, I think you'll find it interesting because I don't know how interested in dinosaurs and stuff like that you are, but it talks about that it brings the life circle up to date. I think that's what they're really trying to do with it. I fell
Yeah, it's
asleep
like
on
a
it when I got to the
historical recap.
dinosaurs. Yeah, I fell asleep when I got to the dinosaurs, so I have to finish watching. But I think it's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
cause I definitely be needing some TV shows because, like I said, most of these shows everybody be liking, I just can't even get into them.
Yeah, some of them doing too much. Some of them do too much. Uh, I ain't gonna even go into too detail of that. I'm gonna just leave it at that. But most of the time, yeah, if it's I'll check out a space movie for sure. I got interest in space movies. Uh, crazy one. Did you see what is it, 25 BC or 5 BC 2, somebody BC? Have you seen that? Hi, Peter. Well, anyway, I think it's called 25 BC. But the idea and the way they came at it, I thought when I first heard the name, judging the book by its cover, I thought it was going to be a movie back in the day, dinosaurs roaming, cavemen not really being cavemen, but being advanced enough for you to see a good story. But they came at it from an angle of coming from outer space. Guy was traveling in a spaceship. He had a group of people that he was taking to another planet because apparently whatever planet they were coming from and going to was much advanced, and Earth hadn't been settled. There were no humans on Earth. It was just the dinosaurs. And he crash landed on the planet. He had like 16 passengers. All of them died except the little girl. And they had to get to another part of the ship that was somewhere else that they could use to get back in orbit to connect with some people to come save them. I thought it was quite interesting, even though the movie only consisted of two people: the young lady, the little girl, and the guy that was in it. But they did quite well. It was interesting. I enjoyed the angle that they came up with, and the guy and the young lady escaped right before the asteroid that is so known in history for children that grew up to say how the dinosaurs went extinct. The big asteroid came and hit the Earth right after as they were taking off in their ship to get to safety. Pretty good show.
My bad. Yeah, I'm back. Nah, I could watch like something about dinosaurs and stuff. I could watch that.
Did you hear what I said about the movie, or did you just get back?
No. I was like, listen, like some of the part like at the end where you was telling me about what was it, life of a planet, whatever it's called.
No, it's 25 BC or something like that.
Yeah,
like
I heard. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's that, but the way they came at it, it wasn't like it started on Earth. These people were coming from another planet. They were traveling to another planet. Earth wasn't even part of the deal. They crash landed on Earth.
Oh, okay.
And when they crash landed on Earth, it just happened to be around the time where dinosaurs were running around and doing their thing. And this little girl and this man were the only humans on Earth. Well, I can't even call them humans because I don't know what planet they came from. They were only beings like human on Earth.
So yeah, it's like going like just outside of Earth, like across the whole universe.
Yeah, wherever they came from, it doesn't really specifically say where they came from. It did say where they were going, but it wasn't Earth. And like I said, they happened to escape off the planet just as the killer meteorite, which extinct the dinosaurs, happened to hit the planet. So when they did that, I was like, "Oh man, I like that idea. That was a hell of an idea. That was a great way to come at it."
Yeah, I mean, that's some shit I'll be like thinking about to the end. That like really be having your mind going now. You start talking about like different universes and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just like just considering what could be out there.
Yeah, it's thrilling. It's thrilling to say what's out there. Like I keep seeing these videos about us decided to stop checking the ocean because something scared them in the water. But I'm like, can you imagine? People are really trying to explore space, as big as space is. But we got some oceans. We know they have a certain amount of space that they take up on the planet. Why not keep exploring what's down there?
Yeah, it's about like for the oceans, that it would just be about having a proper
Equipment.
Equipment to even sustain penetrating that deep, and then it's like you kind of preparing for the unknown. So
You
it's
doing
like
that in
damn,
space?
just like imagine like sometimes it's like niggas that go to space, like you that travel so long, you ain't never coming back.
Wow. Well, we haven't got to that point yet.
Yeah.
But I was listening. Oh, quick point about the oceans. Remember I told you that when we went to oh man, what's the name of that island? When we went to Belize and all that year.
Okay.
And I told you guys that we had got on a mini submarine that took us down like 100 feet, and it was by that trench. Hyphy. When I say that, looking out the window of the submarine and they angled the sub where you could see the trench. I don't know if this is anything, but looking at that trench, the blackness of it, the darkness of it. You know how when you hear descriptions of it, it's so dark it was just depressing and scary?
Yeah, like a dark hole.
That's how that trench looked, man. It looked like, it's a hole underwater, but the darkness of it, it just invokes terrifying thoughts. When I saw that trench, this is the first time I'm saying it out loud. It terrified me. I was still amazed at the beauty that was around it, but looking into that trench terrified me. Honest to goodness, the blackness, the darkness of it, it just gripped me in a way that I would never want to be in something that dark. A room, a building, nothing. I would never want to be placed in a pitch black like that.
Yeah, that should be tripping me out too. How you got like these like holes in the ocean and just
Lala D speaking on that, she said a lot of satanic activity under the waters. And she said, but even if one doesn't believe there's satanic activity under the waters, the portals are real. Lala, when it comes to getting on things like that, I have an open mind to it. I don't turn my mind away from what could be going up under that water, satanic energy or the portals, all of these things. Because as far advanced as we think we are, there is so much about this place we don't know that we're just finding out. And the big thing about it is a lot of the stuff is not that we're just finding out. The governments know about a lot of the stuff, and I'm not trying to do a conspiracy theory or anything like that. I'm just speaking on, it's stuff on this planet that we just don't know about. Stuff in that water you just don't know about. We're spending a lot of time trying to get off this planet and try to explore other planets, like we're trying to find a new home to go live. But that brings me to the part I was checking out Neil deGrasse Tyson, his name, that doctor, and he was speaking about the trash that we've been leaving in space.
Oh man,
all the different years, and it goes to wonder, and it make you think, because he said some numbers that really messed my head up. He said something like 18,000 miles an hour. This stuff is spinning around the globe, right? And it's a lot of trash. It makes you wonder, how do they navigate to to send these manned space shuttles and stuff like that up into outer space if all this trash is zipping around so far?
Yeah, because it should be like blocking everything.
It brought that question to me instantly. And another question is, how they proudly show us them doing the spacewalks and stuff like that. I'm not saying it's not possible or anything, but if you spin it around at 18,000 miles an hour, going around this planet, because I think they say one of the space stations spin around this place like 3 times a day. I think that's the number. It might be more. But I'm like, if you spinning around that fast and then you telling us, oh, we went outside, we did a spacewalk to repair something on the space on the ship at 18,000 miles an hour. So either gravity and speed and things like that really don't react like that in space, or y'all got some explaining to do.
Yeah, I never thought about that.
It's things like that that make me say, if you guys are doing it, how is it possible? Explain to me how you're getting through, because they were talking about how China had a failed attempt to try to clean some of the space junk up, and the thing they sent up there to bring the space junk down end up turning into space junk too.
That shit failed, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, to make the argument for them a little bit, they do say that the low space junk is going to fall into the atmosphere and burn up. But the debris and stuff that they have in what we would call, I don't even think you can claim that we went to outer space, because the way he describes it, if you the satellites that go around the globe that's taking pictures and stuff like that, they're not really that high up in the air. Considering what you would really think you would have to be in space to be taking pictures. They're not really that high up in the air. That's why you never get a full picture from any one satellite. It's always pieces that they mail together to give you a whole big picture. It's pictures taken over time.
Yeah. And kind of like collage together.
Right. I've always been mad at Neil Armstrong then, because I'm like, dude, y'all went into outer space and you had the camera. Y'all were doing all this jumping and all this kind of stuff. And not one time did anybody think to do a full 360 with the camera.
Yeah, like just a full sentence.
Look, I'm on the moon. I would have took a full 360 picture of everything that I could to show we on the moon. The moon picture has got me with so many questions, because I'm like, you're on the moon. Y'all took these pictures. So y'all telling me that stars are farther than what they are? Because I've never seen a star in the moon picture. Or a picture when they looking back at the earth. I've never saw a star. Can you recall ever seeing stars in those pictures?
Well, nah, like an actual photo. Nah, I don't think so.
That's always been my thing. I'm like, where are the stars? Y'all in space, so either looking at space, we're looking at stars are so super far away that they're not around the planets.
Yeah, because I would think, you should, up there, you would still be able to, see some as well.
Right. It's like the picture just, I'm like, they show me the Earth, and I find it hard to believe that if you on the moon, the Earth looked that small. Because here sitting on the Earth, when we look at the moon looked like it got a nice little size to it.
Hell yeah.
But it was just the opposite. It's just the opposite in the moon picture of the Earth.
Yeah, like when we just use an eye comparison, comparing it to like the sun, we see that the moon got some size.
Right. And it's as close as it is. You would think just the opposite. If I took a picture of the Earth, I would get a bigger picture than what we see of the little blue ball. That's what they call it, right? The blue ball.
Yeah, that's
that
what
picture. So I have my quirks with NASA, seeing that really NASA is the only people that we actually get information about going into space. Everything that we know about space is from them.
Yeah, it's like that's the the one only source, and then I mean, I guess I do appreciate how you remember like what was it last year you had the guys that like tried to go underwater with that submarine and that shit crashed.
It imploded.
Yeah.
Yeah, it imploded. If I had to make a choice of which I would rather go explore, the real human in me would say I don't know what I would pick because they both freaking terrifying and they both can kill you instantly. Do I want to go searching around in the ocean where it got those pitch black spots that I was talking about? That hyphy, I when I say that it was the black was just chilling, the darkness was just chilling, and the stuff that's alive down there, man. I don't know if I could be exploring down there like that. I don't think that they can make something that I'll be confident enough that I can make. Oh, you can take this and it'll take you down there deep. Nah, I don't know. I saw those dudes get crushed in their ship. Did y'all even find them? Or they just lost their sea?
Yeah, them motherfuckers, lost. I'm thinking about that black hole. I'm like,
which black hole?
You wouldn't even. I mean, like not the black hole, but like the trench in the water at least.
Oh yeah.
But I was like, if you went in that bitch, like, how would you even like guide yourself like out that bitch?
See, they rely, they got their radar and all this kind of stuff and sonar and all that kind of stuff where they, image it like they say like certain fish do and whales do. But that's not enough for me. I can't be riding around looking at a screen hoping that it's reading right and I'm going in the right direction. I need to see. If I'm driving, I need to see. It need to be a window with some lights, penetrating lights that show. I need to see. I can't be just in there relying on sonar and stuff. That ain't good enough for me. That is not good enough for me. And think about this. You can't really move fast. They say they move in 24 knots, 30 knots. You say that's fast, but you underwater and you got stuff that swim faster than that. That's agile, hostile.
Yeah, that's true.
So just thinking of all the stuff that could be, you let your mind be free because you don't know what could be under that water. You just don't know. Just like you don't know what could be in space. You just don't know. But it's our intention to go find out for whatever reason. Think about this. You show up on a planet that's teeming with life, and they just happen to be way more advanced than us. What you going to do with that? How you going to deal with that? What if they look at us as inferior or as a threat? What you going to do with that?
Yeah, perpetrators.
Sometimes I think man do stuff just a little too fast. I ain't knocking on the door of somebody that got man. It's too much. It's too much. But I don't know which one I would pick to go explore. I know a lot of people. I go to space. I go. Yeah, it's easy to say that, but you can't rest assured on the instrument that you're gonna be in to get you there.
Like I'm taking in consideration both could kill you, and I mean we understand like just like the type of like dangerous water life we can experience. So I can only imagine this shit that we probably haven't experienced or seen. I don't even know if this makes sense, but I would probably do the underwater shit because like even if you gonna die, I guess at least it's gonna be like more action packed. More action packed experience.
Did go into space?
Yeah, like at least I can see some, might see some type of underwater life I ain't seen and shit. Like nigga, like if both of them bitches gonna kill me, nigga, I'd rather go out with a bang.
I guess in the ocean you stand a chance to try to come back to the top. In space, if so many things go wrong, you pretty much screwed. And if you end up getting pushed in the wrong direction, you super screwed. I don't know how true it is, but I used to check out the NASA stations, and they had this thing where they were talking about the Russians had rushed to send an astronaut into outer space, a cosmonaut. They call them cosmonauts. And the story that this that's told on it, they even had the breathing of the guy, the cosmonaut in the ship. They say that they lost way to bring him back, and you hear the plane, supposedly plane of this man traveling into space, knowing that he can't come back, hearing the radio and stuff starting to break up the last contact of this dude.
Mm. So yeah, he was just too far gone.
Too far gone, and no help is going to come for you. Whatever food you got is what you got. Whatever oxygen you got, is what you got. There's no power, no thrust to bring you back. You're just fading away into deep space.
See, that's the scary thing about space, bruh. Like, if you're not prepared, nigga, you can just be like going up there, just say like, nigga, fucking the engine failed, or like, nigga, it's just over for you.
Right. The engine failed, and you pushing out towards space. I don't believe we don't have nothing that we could rescue mission your ass in. You just gone. Lala D said she don't believe they were on the moon for several reasons either. I would like to know your reasons, Lala. See if any of them line with mine. She said, "Hey, did you guys know Stevie Wonder and Samuel L. Jackson are the Jacksons' cousins? It came out of Janet's own mouth in the interview." What?
Nah, I didn't know that.
That's insane.
Both of them?
That's why I say it's insane.
Damn. Yeah, I know not even one of them was.
That family, in my opinion, if that's the case, that family didn't produce nothing but entertaining geniuses. Stevie Wonder? Come on, man. That's crazy. Stevie Wonder, Michael Jackson's cousin. Samuel L. Jackson. Michael Jackson. That's some real spirit right there, Lala. For real. I'm going to hit my big brother up with that tomorrow, later today. Oh, wow, it's actually 2:00.
Yeah, I forgot, because it's just hit midnight over here.
Oh, yeah, that's right, you in Cali.
Yeah. Shit, what you about to shut it down and work on some music?
No, I'm not going to even work on any music. I'm finna go ahead and draw me a nice hot bath. And finish this blunt. Give me some rest in.
Yeah, for sure. The schedule this week, I think the boxing schedule is light this weekend, actually.
The boxing schedule. Oh, let me see. Who's fighting this week? That might cause interest. Okay. Virgil Ortiz is making a step back into the ring.
Victor Ortiz.
Yeah, I say Virgil. Victor Ortiz is stepping in the ring against Rodrigo Correa. I haven't heard Victor's name called in a long time.
I seen that.
Jared Hurd is making a return
tomorrow
against Jason Rosario on a Wednesday.
Yeah, on Pro Box.
Okay. So okay. Jared Hurd, Rosario. You know what, Movie Trey, whether you came back on, he said, "Man, I thought y'all was off, man." We started running our miles again, but we get ready to lock it off for real right now.
This time.
We really get ready to get off. This was a great conversation tonight, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. I didn't even think I was gonna be able like to make it on. But
yeah, I didn't think so either. So it was a treat that you got to make it. D-Lo 404 came through. You chilled with him a bit. My boy DeCane came through. We chilled with him. The whole family kind of showed up. Trey X came through. It's always a pleasure that our sister Lala D came through. Moody Treyweather blessed us with his presence. Eric R. Joseph Brown. You know, the names that always come and support. They showed up, and I appreciated every bit of it. It was a great night. Let's see what we have come up next week. With that, gotta end this with a song. This song is called Back and Forth. I know Lala D be not liking the music that I be putting out, but I got some fans that do Lala, so I gotta do it. It's called Back and Forth. This is an artist. His name is Legit Born. I made this track for him. I think I'm gonna be working with him for a little bit. Let me know what you think. As I call it quits tonight. I really appreciate everybody coming through because you could have spent your time anywhere, but you spent it with me. So I appreciate that. Hit that like button for the replay game. I'm out. Back and forth, we go. 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 Back and forth.
Now you won't catch me going back and forth unless.
Oh, my bad. I got to cut it off because I did miss a name. Rod X was in the house too. So, yes, you're right, Lala D. Rod X did come in the house. You know, let me just roll through real quick and make sure I got every name because Yasser came through and spent some time with us from across the pond. You know, and you know it's real early when Yasser come through. My big brother, Big E, always come through as usual. Joseph Brown, the whole clique. It's always beautiful. Now, with that being said, I'll hit y'all with Back and Forth, and I'm out. Peace. Back and forth, we go. 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 Back and forth.
Now you won't catch me going back and forth unless it's to and from the bank. I never do back and forth with a hate that nigga or a bitch who said I can't. I smoke loud, the strongest dank. It's up with me, what the fuck you think? Drip too hard, they all gon' drown. The nigga try me, he walk the plank. Chef Boyardee with the cook up. If you think shit sweet, nigga, good luck. I be all in the mix like potluck. Kettle corn, believe I pop up. Bubble rap, nigga mad wanna pop us. Go hard, the shit too easy. If it ain't about cash, fuck that back and forth, cause it don't please me.
Back and forth, we go. Back and forth, we go. Back and forth.
Ain't no tennis court around this way, little mama. I don't do that back and forth shit. That move. Dig this. Why would I go back and forth with niggas broke and hella jealous? Why would I go back and forth with bitches wrong and overzealous? So you out here running your mouth like we connect. That's how you tell it. Only time we back and forth is when I'm in it out your pelvis. Why would I back and forth with a cap ass nigga who just ain't built like that? Why would I back and forth when I'm knowing off top his top, I peel that back? Why would I put myself on a low nigga level? Bitch, I wish I would. And why would I back and forth when they all about drama? And I just keep shit hood.
Back and forth, we go. Back and forth, we go. Back and forth.
Baby, I don't back and forth over that mediocre shit. I ain't even that athletic, really. We be back and forth on the road, back and forth doing shows, back and forth switching gold, back and forth switching hoes. Solid niggas never fold. Back and forth to the trap, back and forth switching straps. You can miss me with that acting. They be trying to catch me lacking, but it won't happen. UPS a nigga packing. Ayy, don't back and forth if it's irrelevant. They know I'm a threat and it's evident. Got your bitch showing me her measurement. Only real niggas at my residence. Yeah, it's up and it's stuck like it's supposed to be. About to bag a bitch like some groceries. Now he mad, she wanna get close to me, cause she know I don't do all that.
Back and forth, we go. Back and forth, we go. Back.
Only time I ever go back and forth about my motherfucking paper. It's my money and I need that shit now. You dig? I don't back and forth like ping pong. That shit there just too extra. I don't do that back and forth with a nigga who down bad and I'm next up. Like a bodybuilder, I flex up. Made a hobby out of running checks up. No condiments need to catch up. Do it big like I'm from Texas. Go back and forth, I doubt it. I hustle, stack it, then count it. Better boss up with your bitch ass, big red nose, he clowning. That money boosted my ego. I'm going crazy like CeeLo. Try to play with me, I go Devo. Never go back and forth with the zero, nigga.
Me siento